Right. Good morning, everybody. I see that we still have people coming in, but welcome from a very overcast Mpumalanga. Thank you very much for joining us at our first GeoHeritage meet and greet. And with that, I'd like to hand you over to our keynote speaker, Dr. Gudani Machusa. Gudani is the chair of the GSSA Geoheritage and Society Division. He's an NRF-rated researcher at the University of South Africa, a leading expert in geoheritage and geotourism, and he holds the first and only PhD in this field by an African. Gudani provides expert advice to governments and contributes significantly on specialist groups and review committees within national and international organizations. He has impacted research, policy, and governance through his scholarly work and has over 15 years of experience. He currently leads major national and international projects in geoheritage, geomining heritage, geotourism, mine closure, and resilience, fostering collaborations and mentoring students while promoting geoconservatism and social justice across sub-Saharan Africa. Thank you very much, Gudani. If you would like to take it away.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Noling, for that wonderful introduction. And it's a privilege and a pleasure for me to be here today and to share our strategic overview of the GSSA Geoscience and Society Division. And today I will be talking about reigniting South African geoheritage, especially the strategic overview of the division. I believe also the other authors or the speakers will enhance more on some of the issues that I'll be speaking about in this keynote address. And just to note that this is the first GeoHeritage meet and greet, and we're going to be having more of these conversations to ensure that all the stakeholders in this industry have the opportunity to share and to build on this legacy that we have in South Africa. All right. The first issue that I would like to address is 5 key concepts in this field, which are very important, which I believe if you were not aware of them today, at least you'll go on knowing what we're talking about when you talk about geoheritage. I find that most of the time when I give talks on geoheritage, most of the people have different understandings or they don't actually know what it means. So we have these key concepts that I'd like to briefly discuss. The first concept is geodiversity. When we talk about geodiversity, we're discussing the variety of geological elements or landscapes that we need to value and we need to protect. This include minerals, this include the fossils, landscapes as such. And then geoheritage, these are the geological elements that we value, could include landscapes and all rocks as well that are important and are valuable because they have some scientific value and also other aesthetic values, including also the cultural values and they've been studied and been recognized nationally, internationally, and also locally. Geoconservation is a strategic principle that deals with the matter of conserving our geoheritage and also geodiversity. The same with geoparks, it's a new management strategy that deals with the management of geoheritage and geodiversity. These strategic objectives are aimed at protecting our geoheritage so that the future generation could also benefit, because as we know that if we don't conserve this geoheritage, it will disappear, and then the future generation will not be able to understand how the earth was formed. And then geotourism is the utilization of this geoheritage and geodiversity with specific focus on using these landscapes and geoheritage for the benefit of the society. The next slide deals with the strategic overview at a global level, where we find that most of the activities or the governance approach globally, they use top-down approach, whereby you find government and global institutions actually forming or giving objectives. And then you have your committees and special groups who are also established under those institutions, and then the communities then becomes the last sort of consumers of these strategic objectives. And we as the GSSA and South Africa, we're trying to come up with strategies that are enhances innovation and also ensures that there is efficiency in the projects that we're doing. And in our next coming slide, I will discuss with you what we're planning to do as the GSSA and as South Africa. But just to highlight how the global strategic overviews in most of the regions are limited in terms of innovation, and also we find that the stakeholders are disengaged, and there is also a lack of cohesion in terms of the activities that are being conducted. But as I said, I will share with you what we're planning to do in South Africa. Some of the strategies that they implemented at the global level include the UNESCO Global Geoparks. I've already defined what a geopark is. And then you also have the IGS Commission on Geoheritage, and also the IGCP project on global geoscience, and also IUCN Protected Areas Commission. And one of the outcomes of some of these projects include the first 100 and also the second 100 IGS geological heritage sites, where in South Africa we had, I think, two sites. We had the Barberton Makonja Mountain Land, which was one of the first 100 sites, geological sites. And then in the second one, we had the Frederick Dome and also the Kalahari Manganese Field also being named as the second 100 IGS geological heritage sites. Some key milestones in Africa. Of course, the GSSA was established in 1895, more than 130 years ago. And then, but I believe there have been a lot of activities that I will not be able to share with you since the GSSA was established, just because of time, on geoheritage that has been done. And some of the speakers will also be able to share maybe some of those activities. But just to indicate that GSSA has been established in 1895 and has been doing a lot of work on this field, although not at a larger scale that we are trying to do now. And the first international conference on geoparks in Africa was done in 2011. And then we had the key sites that have been established as geoparks. The first one being the Modgon Geopark in Morocco, and then followed by the Ngorongoro Lengai in Tanzania. But it's important to highlight the 2016 IGC in Cape Town, which actually had a session on geoscience and society and also on geoheritage. This marked a very important milestone in Africa, and especially South Africa, where we find a lot of people and a lot of experts became more interested in geoheritage. And then, of course, we also have a new geopark that has just been established or inaugurated this year in Tunisia. And we believe that today's event also will mark a new path for geoheritage in South Africa and also in Africa. Some key institutions, of course, I would not have highlighted all the institutions here in Africa, but some of them include the network on global UNESCO Global Geoparks and the Geological Society of Africa, or AGS, and also PanAfGeo, which has been very instrumental in providing training as well in Africa. And also in South Africa, we have institutions that are also engaged in geoheritage. This include UNISA, GSSA, Council for Geoscience, and many other institutions that are engaged with the geoheritage. In terms of capacity building, there have been some, I would say, few initiatives, I'll say especially starting in 2022, especially coming from UNESCO side and also in collaboration with African government, whereby they've been trying to capacitate and educate, especially the geoscience organizations in terms of geoheritage. There was one in Kenya in Baringo in 2022. But for myself, I've been involved since 2023, starting in Namibia and then in Botswana. Then we had one in 2024 in the Mpumalanga area at the Plate River Canyon, whereby it was a regional capacity workshop to promote geopark in Southern Africa. And we had a wonderful time there, including field trips, whereby we were able to conceptualize the Plate River Canyon as one of the potential sites that could be a first geopark in South Africa, in Southern Africa, actually. As you know, or you may not know, that we only have one. We actually don't have any geopark in Southern Africa. So the plan is to at least use some of these sites, like the Plate River Canyon, as one of the sites that we could establish. However, we found that in terms of research, we're still lacking in Africa. And then if you could look also in the first graph there, it shows that research has been increasing since the years. And we're hoping that more will be done, especially looking in South Africa, because I believe we have more geological wonders than any other country in the world, actually. And I think it's just up to us to then uplift the research component of it and then conduct more studies and do more work in this area as researchers. And I believe we do have the capacity and the capability to do that. I think it's just sometimes a lack of knowledge and lack of perhaps champions who are dealing with this type of work. But then who is active in South Africa in terms of geoheritage research? As you've seen the previous slide, I found there are a couple of universities who are actually involved, including UNISA, University of Witwatersrand, University of Western Cape, University of Cape Town, TUT, University of Pretoria, UKZN, University of Mpumalanga, Nelson Mandela University, and the University of Johannesburg, and also the Council for Geoscience has done some work. Of course, there might be others that I've missed here, but these are the main universities that I found that they've been working on geoheritage and trying to improve the picture that you have seen in the previous slide. And I would like to believe that through this webinar, more institutions will get on board and be part of the conversation into doing this type of work. However, I think the type of research that has been conducted has been mainly focusing on inventory of geoheritage sites, with little actually on evaluation or monitoring of these geoheritage sites, and also little in terms of conservation of these sites. And you can see also the type of countries that are dominating in the inventory as well. But also there is also a lot of research being done in geotourism, but again, lack of research in the terms of protection, there's geoconservation as well, and also lack of research on geoeducation, which create a gap in terms of how the local communities then get involved, because this is the space where we need to educate and capacitate the local communities to become the champions of those geological heritage sites, because they are actually staying there where these sites are. But this is just an overview of Africa, of how and what the type of research has been conducted, and looking at the gaps that are there that we need to fill, especially geoeducation, conservation, and also monitoring of these geological sites. And then what type of sites have been identified throughout the years in terms of these geoheritage sites? This is just to highlight that the major craton and the breakdown of the African continent has actually led to the formation of major mineral deposits and subsequently led to many minor regions in the continent. However, this also established key geological sites that are of internationally significance that warrants protection. And I will highlight some of them, but of course today's talk is made mainly on the strategic overview of the Geoscience and Society Division of the GSSA, but I will highlight just a few. In 2024, Lennon et al. Did a study, and then they did identify some key sites in Africa. This include here in South Africa, the cradle of humankind and the cradle to cradle, which includes Swaziland, recording rocks of more than 3.5 billion years. And of course, the Great Karoo expanding to Lesotho, and also the Khoisan Kalahari towards Namibia and Botswana, and the Mapungubwe Plate Zimbabwe field. Furthermore, these geological marvels in Africa then became broken down into different regions in Africa, including South Africa. And we found that in South Africa, we have many geological sites, including your Barberton Mountain, and I've already spoken about the Bladder River Canyon, which has already been, internationally identified, and through several studies, including the UNESCO study, which was done in 2023. And we also have the Golden Gate National Park, and we have the Kruger National Park. We have some also geomining heritage sites that are also of international significance, like the Kimberley Big Hole, the Bushveld Complex. You have the Kalahari Manganese Field, and the Feds Makalis Corridor as well. So there are many geological sites that are of international significance and that warrants the geological protection and will need to be properly managed. And without proper strategies to manage these sites, then it is impossible to do that. And this is where the Geological Society of South Africa comes in through our vision towards geoscience for the benefit of the society, which will enable us to identify, preserve, conserve, and promote South African geological heritage for the benefit of the local people and also the environment. And today we want to establish the Geological Society of South Africa Geoheritage Committee, whereby all stakeholders and communities will be able to formulate and form projects, and this project could then be implemented at local communities. But it is important to note that we need to open these sites to the local communities and to all those who are interested to enjoy and also to appreciate the geological legacy that we have in South Africa. And most importantly for me is to ensure that local people are empowered and also they derive benefits from those sites. And then how are we looking at in terms of a strategic approach as the GSSA Geoheritage or Geoscience and Society Division? In 2023, I did a study on governance and looking at other continents globally and then comparing on what we could do in Africa and in South Africa specifically. We found that the bottom-up approach is more suitable for South Africa, and this is whereby we're saying we want to build from the ground up, whereby we include the local communities, including the researchers and also other academic institutions as well, to formulate the projects that are implementable. This approach is very important because it enables innovations and ideas to come from the ground rather than the ideas coming from the top, whereby the local community then fall between the cracks and the projects most of the times they fail or they're not sustainable. But if we involved all interested stakeholders, I believe this model will actually work for South Africa, and I believe in Africa as well. And through this approach, we are also able to engage more communities and more stakeholders. Then we have a shared vision through that. And also we find that the local people also become the owners of those projects, and then hence the project will be sustainable. And then the projects also have become implementable because they've been developed through a consensus-based. And it's also easy to adapt because there is a clear chain of command or clear communication model throughout the program. However, this is just a proposal that I did in 2023, and I believe with input from colleagues, it could be modified, but I believe this could be a very good model for South Africa. And as I've already indicated, that today we are launching the GSSA Geoheritage Committee, and all that are interested are welcomed to contact us to form part of this Geoheritage Committee. And in essence, the responsibility of the committee will be to conduct research and inventory of geoheritage sites over the country, and to develop and maintain a database of these geoheritage sites. Of course, this is a lot of work, hence we need all stakeholders on board. Of course, GSS is just one organization, I believe, with partnerships with all other organizations in this area. We could have a very good database of geoheritage sites. And there are already suggestions on how this could be done. And some of the speakers who will come after me will share maybe some of the activities that they're doing. But I believe that it's very important that we develop this database. And we will also be able to plan and develop geoheritage projects together and provide guidelines, because it's very important that we work from the same hymn book, so that we're not doing different, we're not using different scientific methods, so that our results are actually of an acceptable standard in terms scientifically. And we also wish that as the committee will be able to promote geotourism and geoconservation as well, and ensure that our public become aware of their geological legacies in South Africa, and to provide technical advice, especially to our government and all other institutions that are interested in this area and who has got the legal mandate to perform some of these duties in South Africa. And then I would like to pose a question on who will be part of the conversation. And I've just listed some of the institutions that I believe could be crucial and could be formed part of the conversation. Of course, there are many more, but I believe we do have organizations that are interested in this type of research, and have already indicated the academic institutions that are involved, but just to indicate that also we have government departments that have shown very interest in this area. This includes the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and also the Department of Tourism. Have been very, very supportive in some of the activities, and I would like to appreciate them, and to hope that through this conversation, then we can take this project forward together with them. And of course, the other organizations, such as the Mpumalanga Tourism Agency in Mpumalanga and the South African National Park, have shown a great deal of interest in geoheritage. And I believe the South African Heritage Resources Agency have a very good database of some of the heritage sites, but I think the geological sites need to be enhanced throughout that model. And also the organizations such as OGG, Mboto, and the GSSA Western Cape Division also have been very instrumental in some of the work on geoheritage. And of course, the NHC, National Heritage Council, I know they do have some projects, but my point here is to at least enhance the geological component of it. And I would like to also highlight the other colleagues who I might not have highlighted throughout there. I know there are other organizations like Geoheritage Destination, who have also been doing some work, and other colleagues in the private sector. I would like to also engage them and to form part of the Geoheritage Committee. I'd like to look at challenges as opportunities, and some of the major challenges throughout the years that I've encountered include lack of research, and as I've already indicated, and there's also lack of training. Of course, funding will always be a limiting factor, but I see this as an opportunity whereby organizations with financial muscles can come on board to support the GSSA and our partners to conduct this important work and to preserve our geological heritage. There's a lot of fragmentation in terms of the work that has been done currently. Hence, when I joined the GSSA, I felt that it's important that we need to come together and have a conversation so that we could have a common vision, so that all the partners and all the stakeholders who are working on this geoheritage are actually working together and have a well-coordinated mechanism on how we preserve our geoheritage and how we promote it as well. And I've already highlighted the issue of governance, and I've discussed the proposed governance model that I believe it's very implementable in South Africa. The issue of climate change is also a major threat for our geological heritage. And I believe through this Geoheritage Committee, we could develop some of the strategies how we could actually protect our geological heritage from being damaged or destroyed by climate change. There are also misconceptions, especially in the mining industry, whereby some colleagues believe that geoheritage is against mining. And I always share that that is not actually true, because mining actually helps to expose some of the geological heritage sites. And we also have geomining heritage, which can also be leveraged as an instrument for local economic development. So rather than looking at mining against geoheritage, we should actually work together in the mining industry, whereby we can turn some of the closed mines into geotourism destinations, and also including the abandoned mines could also be turned into geotourism destination, whereby local people can derive benefits from those sites. I seek to ensure that the programs that we develop are developed by us, Africans, and specifically South Africans. We do have the knowledge, we do have the experts here in Africa. So I believe that we should be the one actually taking charge of this and championing our own activities. And it's important that we do develop our own research and partnerships. And I believe all the stakeholders that are interested and that are here today are most welcome to form part of the Geoheritage Committee of the GSSA, and any other mechanism that may be out there to at least be part of the conversation. And here I would also like to invite you to be a member of the GSSA Geoheritage Committee. Please contact us, and so that we can become one. And just to also indicate that you will have the opportunity to publish some of your work through the GSSA Geoheritage Stakeholder Booklet that we are initiating, and all the stakeholders who are interested to be part of this booklet, you are most welcome to contact us after this event. And of course, there are other events that are becoming and that will be organizing as the division, but also part of GSSA. So please kindly respond to those calls, and will be welcomed to come and also share your activities with the wider audience. And finally, I would like to unveil the new GSSA, Geoscience and Society logo that was developed, especially to ensure that the society aspect is actually reflected, and ensure that our geological legacies and geological heritage, including the geology, the mining aspect of it, our minerals, they actually benefit the society. And this can only be achieved through utilization of these sites for the future generation, including geoheritage and any other activities. And with these few slides today, I believe I've managed to engage you on what the GSSA Geoscience Division, Geoscience and Society Division is seeking to do. And we'll kindly ask you to please contact us and form part of the conversation. And I will be happy to take more questions during this webinar and also after the webinar. And I would like to take it back to you, Tanya. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kadani, for that introduction to the Geoscience and Society Division of the GSSA. As you mentioned, it is a beginning, a place to come together. There are I've got a question in the chat before I go to live questions. John is asking, what will the research involve for those who are interested?
So the research involves a couple of things. There are different fields in geoheritage, or different focus you can focus on. You can focus on the inventory aspect of it. You could also focus on the geoconservation aspect. Could also focus on the issues of the local communities and how they can benefit. So research have many focuses that you could actually do, and of course the GSSA won't do this alone. It will be doing it in collaboration with also the other institutions that I've highlighted. But in summary, those are some of the areas that one could focus on. Of course, the issues of technology in geoheritage is one of the areas, and also the issues of climate change. Those are areas that I believe are very necessary and important to actually focus on.
Lawrence, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you again to you, Kodani, for such a thought-provoking presentation. Just a quick comment, just to say perhaps it's long overdue. I'm looking at it from international platform, even with the Geological Society of America, that already, and the different fraternities that have been very vocal about geoscience for society. And so I think it's a step in the right direction. Two things from my side, Kodani. The first one is just to indicate that I'm with the University of Venda, and speaking for Limpopo province, if I may, that I think we are also actively involved by virtue of the endowment we have in the province, and we would intentionally reach out because we've already started conversations around not necessarily repeating a geo trail per se, but start intentionally looking at how to effectively communicate those resources. And I think you would be a valuable resource person and a team as well at the GSSA to assist both universities in setting up that. We are also busy with the issue of sustainable mining, and it's where my question is to you, just to reflect a little bit. To what extent would the element of science communication be a part of this movement? Let me put it in quotes. And I understand that in the previous speaker wanted, the previous question rather, was talking about areas of potential research. Now, with the little bit of background I provided, to what extent would geoscience communication be an integral part of this initiative that the GSSA has started, or should we wait for a different body to champion that? Because I think there's a missing link and an opportunity as well for the Geoheritage Division. Thank you very much, Program Director.
Thank you very much, Lawrence, and it's good to hear from you. Yeah, I believe that Univen should be part of the conversation. And me myself, I'm from down there, so I'm quite happy to hear that there is some interest, and please let's engage and how we can then support each other and develop some program for Univen, especially in Limpopo. And in terms of sustainable mining and how our communication could perhaps help. Like I said, the issue of geomining heritage is very important. As you know, we have vast world-class minerals, the mineral deposits and landscapes in South Africa. And like I said, the misconception about mining and geoheritage is one of the areas that we need to demystify and to ensure that the or the communities, even the mining communities, local communities, we educate them on what actually geoheritage and geotourism is all about. And I find that when we have such conversations, they actually understand it more. And I think you've raised an important aspect that we need to communicate more. And I think with initiative like this, we're going to perhaps try to fill that gap and to engage more on these issues and to sort of help in terms of miscommunication. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Humbalani, go ahead. And then I've got another one in the chat, but you go ahead, Humbalani.
Well, thank you so much, Tanya. Let me also thank Kodani for this wonderful presentation. With me, as I'm from University of Venda, together with Lawrence, I just want to do the follow-up on what he was saying. Yes, we have been doing some work on geotourism. We have started embarking on that, especially looking at the Limpopo mobile belt. So one of the issue which is coming up with the when we are doing this type of research, we have seen that monitoring, management and conservation, it's very, very important. And I'm glad that Machusa, you have raised that, because some of the interesting outcome of this research need a lot of monitoring strategies, management and conservation, and especially when it comes to funding and all the rest. So I am not sure if I didn't see that on your slides, if you also included the municipalities, especially the local municipalities, that when we are doing such research, our products need to be managed and also monitored, and the municipality could also be one of the direct contacts. So if we can include them, that I think will also make things easier, especially when we're looking at the community engagement. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Humbrane, and I'm glad to hear from you, and again to hear that UNIVEN is actually taking the charge, and I'm quite happy with that, and looking forward to more engagement on this, on your initiatives. And you raise a very important issue. I did raise that geoheritage will only be successful, or geotourism will only be successful if the local communities, including the local municipalities, are involved, because that's where you have people who become the champions of that area and protect actually those particular sites that we want to conserve. So I support it, and I agree with you wholeheartedly that the local municipalities should also be engaged and should form part of the stakeholders on geoheritage. So I fully support that. Thank you.
Thanks, Kodani. There's a question in the chat from Victor, who wants to know what is the plan for bridging this fantastic endeavor with sectors like tourism for local and international visitors?
Yeah, that's a very interesting question. I had an engagement recently with some colleagues in the mining space as well, whereby we're trying to utilize some of the geomining heritage. We find that most of the tourists who come to Africa and South Africa, they mainly focus on maybe the wildlife and other, and maybe events and such. But in terms of geological heritage, I think we've been lacking in terms of promoting. And I think with the engagement with actually the national departments who are actually at a higher level in terms of marketing some of these sites, I believe we could have more international even tourists who are actually coming just for geological sites. And I believe also in terms of developing common projects whereby we could highlight some of the geological sites as destination sites, but also to indicate that you will know that the Table Mountain as well is one of the most visited area, including Table Mountain is also a geological site, right? Sites like the Kruger National Park, there are lots of geological heritage sites that have been discovered there, and I'm happy that I managed to discover some of the sites. And most people, when they go there, they want to see the big five, but I think that's when it comes to marketing. How do we market our products here in South Africa? And how do we then open these sites so that the tourists can also come and enjoy them? Thank you.
Just a comment from John Roth, who notes, and I will know this, that John is actively involved in training nature guides to include geoheritage in their interaction with visitors. Thanks, John. Keep that up.
Absolutely. Yeah, just to add, Tanya, I think those activities are very important to develop the geotrails and stuff like that. They are very, very important in terms of highlighting and educating the local people. So you're hiking geotrails in all these nature reserves and protected areas. They actually help in terms of educating people. Although people might not be aware, they will just be walking, but as time goes on, you educate them on geological sites, and then you give them basic knowledge about geology. That actually helps to actually sustain that particular area and also conserve those sites and teach them that this site is actually very important because it gives you the history of how the earth was formed and how the rocks were formed and how that became, South Africa. So it's those initiatives like what John is doing and other colleagues like your in Mahalis. I have a friend, Rob Min, they were doing fantastic work. So I really encourage colleagues to continue to do that.
We've got another question from Mbali. If you'll you've got your hand up, please ask your question, Mbali.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Kodani, for that wonderful presentation. I want to go back to geoparks in terms of the Blade River Canyon. I remember when we went for the workshop, when we were actually assessing the site to become a geopark, we discovered that we don't actually have outstanding universal value for it to be marked as a geopark per se. So we will look at how we could enhance the area in order for it to qualify into being a geopark. And we thought of involving as many universities as possible. So I see in your presentation, you are including the University of Mpumalanga, saying they are part of this. And I'm hearing University of Limpopo as well. I think the most apparent way in which we can do this or get more information or map out the area in order to find out what the OUV is of that area is that we should include these universities and they should be visiting that area. Perhaps they are honor students doing the mapping around that area. Maybe something could come up, master students, all of that. I know it comes with a lot because geoheritage is upcoming. It's not exactly funded as of yet, or maybe I am not aware of the funding of geoheritage. So I think we should introduce this in schools and universities, make sure that people are aware, and then maybe try to get funding for these people to be able to go and conduct these researches and do these mappings of this area so that we can move forward. I heard you also say that part of the research that are there is inventory collection. Maybe we could try and get more into the universities because we do have these wonderful areas, but we can't find the OUVs of that area without actually being actively involved. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mbali, and great to hear from you. And sites like the Blade River Canyon, there is no way that you will say it's no outstanding universal value. I beg to differ, but of course, there might be other views, but myself, I believe that it's got the outstanding universal value to become a UNESCO Global Geopark. And I agree with you that there need to be proper inventory of the geological heritage there. And I think it's just how we package that particular research. And like you indicated, it was also indicated, I think, during the 2024 workshop, the issues of funding and how the institutions can get involved. And I did engage with one colleague from the University of Mpumalanga to say, like, this is in your area, I think you should form part of the consortium of people who are at least working there, because you're actually closer to the sites than perhaps other universities who are a bit far. But I believe that if the universities in that area, and including Univen and all other universities, have got students who are interested in geoheritage, I think it will also help the MTPA to perhaps have more knowledge about that area, because you know that actually scientific publications as well plays a very important role in terms of actually recognizing a site scientifically, to indicate that there is actually an interest in, and then by doing that research, then you are able to uncover new information that perhaps you would not have known. So I again implore the universities and all other researchers who are interested in geoheritage to perhaps come together and actually, encourage students to take geoheritage as one of the areas that they could focus on. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thanks. Letitia, would you like to ask your question, please?
Great. Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I was having some connectivity issues. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Letitia Jacobs from the Department of Tourism, and thank you very much for that presentation. And especially in terms of geotourism, we have started also realizing, as tourism trends and patterns have changed, that people are looking for a meaningful tourism experience, and that includes your astrotourism, astronomy tourism, visiting geology sites, and also just paleontology. And those are three aspects of deep time tourism that we started to investigate at the beginning of this year, just realizing and responding to tourism trends. So I do hope that we can actually, look at the possibility of establishing a geopark in South Africa that would just open a significant, great market for visitors to come. But again, as one of the comments previously also indicated, of creating awareness to communities, raising just education on the importance of these heritage sites or geoheritage sites, so that we can actually ensure that these areas are protected and preserved, so that it doesn't lose its significance. But as the Department of Tourism, we would like to even partner further and see how we can actually explore this market, even if we need to do some marketing research on this particular niche market. Just happy to actually just get involved. So I just also, not posing a question per se, but just laying it out there to GGSA, areas of collaboration, how to just promote and preserve, and going forward, changing aspects of tourism, so that it's not just having a good time or for leisure, but actually have a meaningful experience while relaxing or enjoying. So yeah, thank you, colleagues. Thank you for that wonderful presentation, and I hope it could be shared also at the end of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Just on that point, all presentations, PDFs, will be circulated to everybody after we have received permission from the various speakers to do so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right. Okay, one last question. Thomas, if you'd go ahead and ask your question, please.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Look, mine is not more like of a question, it's more like an addition to what the other people have already said. I think it's a matter of how we package the geoheritage. I mean, you're talking about Sudala caves, people can talk about stalactites and stalagmites. You're talking about tourism sites like the Goat's Window there, you talk about portals and their formation. So all of these areas are geoheritage, in my opinion. It's a question of how we partnership. I'm glad that people like Letitia from the Department of Tourism are here. So the whole point is about how we package the thing to sell the thing. While the people are enjoying the so-called Goat's Window, we talk about the formation of that in the presence. While they are looking at the Sudala caves, we talk about the stalactites. So it's a matter of packaging, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Kadani, there are a couple of additional questions in the chat, but we're running out of time. So if you would look through those and answer them directly in the chat. We can now move on to the next presentation, which is by Marsha van Aswegen. So you can see Marsha's topic is from GSSA's Conservation Committee to Geoscience and Society Division. And this is some history of where we've come from and how we've got to today.
I'm starting with the GSSA's Conservation Committee, which I was exposed to in 2009. I think I was coming into the presidency of the GSSA, and some of our honorable geoheritage, which we have now lost, in terms of the Richard and Morris Viljoen, the profs approached me and said, Marsha, we need to do this conference. Please, can you help us? And so we then put together this conference. It was at the Council for Geoscience. It was on the 10th of May. And we had so many people. I mean, I see Bruce, I see that you're here. Bruce Rubich. I just see that there are people here right from that time, which is wonderful. And Greg, you here? So we had people from all over, and we stumbled on we stumbled with the name. We first called it the World Heritage Sites and Ecotourism in South Africa, because we didn't want it just to be about geological sites. We wanted to open it up. And invited speakers then included Dr. Ben Smith, Rock Art Institute, Bruce Rubich, Bernard Price Institute, Bruce Cairncross, University of Johannesburg, Gideon Groenewald, Peace Parks, Greg Boerter, Council for Geoscience, in Pietermaritzburg, Dr. John Anderson, Sanby. I mean, everybody's a doctor, so I can't keep on saying doctor. So, and many others. And we covered all sorts of things in that conference. We even had a minister from Lesotho about their water resources, geology, geomorphology, geotourism, fossil records, climatic indicators, ancient animals and their habitats, botanical conservation, water resources, bushman paintings, history of human activity, hiking trails. And so it went on. We then followed up with a field trip down to Clarence, and Dr. Gideon Groenewald was also the host of that, and it was absolutely fantastic. So my point here is that we were trying to understand what to call this thing, and we didn't call it geoheritage, actually, because right from then, the emphasis was on conservation from the GSSA. I wasn't a part of it, but maybe some of you were I'm very gratified to see all the participants today. It's fantastic. So we always were looking at the ecotourism and the promotion of our outstanding natural heritage sites and how we're going to do this in terms of ecotourism. Now, then we got to 2010. So that was 2009. I think the planning started in 2008. It's when I became involved. Then now we got to April 2010, and following that conference, we were invited as the GSSA to collaborate to a workshop in Cape Town called Mainstreaming Heritage in Development. And this was the National Heritage Council. I don't think I'd ever really had much to do with them in my life. But I was the president, so I was going down there and visiting the universities there, probably in the place of Matt Mullins, who was in Australia. And when I got to this workshop, they were absolutely gratified. I'm tickled pink when I told them that, we're bidding for the World Cup Soccer of Geology in 2016. And they were very happy that we were a part of this. And the main goals of their workshop at the time were to position heritage as a contributor to development, that the heritage sector should play an active role in society as opposed to a passive role, that heritage is acknowledged as an asset, and that heritage tourism should include museums and interpretive centers at heritage sites, etc., etc. So everything that they were pushing for had no conflict with our geoheritage aspirations. So following that, I was invited to, and maybe some of you, the rest of you were here, surely, because it was a wonderful, successful collaboration between different people. It was at the Cradle of Humankind. It was in August of that very year, Ubuntu in Nation Building, also under the auspices of the National Heritage Council. We had really very good workshops. I mean, they were very clever the way that I can see. I mean, the government is very good at this. They're very good at their policy documents. They're very good at organizing these workshops for very many people. And we were there for about 2 to 3 days, and lots of talking and interaction. And the major outcome of that conference was that national tourism would be the unifier and would drive the process to enable policy going forward. So, Letitia, I'm very glad to see that you're here today, because we don't want to lose now. This is 2010. Now we're sitting past 2020. We don't want to lose these things, the initiatives of the past. I even submitted some geopoetry from the Geological Society of South Africa to Ubuntu Nation Building, which was the theme of the conference. And basically I said that we had outstanding natural resources, and the more we understand them, the more we respect them. And we have internationally significant geology, which must be identified, documented, protected, and served to the public, community by community. Now, what I've heard today is so gratifying, because all of you and the speakers and the people who are asking questions, we're still on the same page, and we have the young people involved now, which to me is a recipe for success. And I said, as communities become proud of their natural resources, they will start to care about the environment around them and become aware of their interdependence. This would promote a sense of belonging and identity. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Following that, so now this is August of 2010. Already by October of 2010, I attended a workshop at Lily's Leaf Farm in Rivonia. And this was now culture, and so now national tourism was taking over. And we started to collaborate with them. There was an absolute firebrand of a lady called Leonore Bierkes in Tshwane, and she was so incredibly passionate. And also, she was a wonderful driver of this thing. And that workshop was entitled Towards a Culture and Heritage Tourism Strategy for South Africa. The groundwork participants were Department of Tourism, Arts and Culture, South African Heritage Resource Agency, National Heritage Council, and the 9 provincial heritage resource agencies. So this was the first time that I, as a person, had really been exposed to all of this. So that was now August 2010. Already by March 2012, they had produced the National Heritage and Cultural Tourism Strategy. This was published. You can Google it and go and read the document. Actually, it's already been updated. They just wanted to check has anything happened in 2016, what had followed on. But the big thing for us, the win for us, was that as previous to this event, they'd noticed archaeology and they had noticed paleontology, thanks to quite a few of the participants here today. But now there was a new typology that they added. So we were part of the top 10, and it was geological evidence. So we were now one of the heritage and culture and tourism products in South Africa. All right, now I'm just stepping back to this process that happened to get us here today. In about 2008, we started bidding. There was a bid document being produced for the IGC, the 35th International Geological Congress. And very much, these were the people that were involved in the committee. The Betty Ramoncho was the CEO of the Council for Geoscience. And yeah, I mean, I remember Prof. Zhao. Some of you people, I thought maybe some of them, University of Venda, would be here today, but there you were represented. NRF, Saturn was there, Doctor. So Richard Fullion, Prof. Richard Fullion was already, I think, he's always been internationally recognized, so he was on the committee and very much driving it, as some of the people from industry and UJ, CGS, and then GSSA, Dr. Craig Smith. He was very much a driver of that, the admin of the process, and we also helped with funding and your admin on the finances. Sherrod Master, and then last but not least, myself. So I was apparently representing the legacy committee, which I think meant the committee that was there driving this before the actual conference. The bid was submitted by the Council for Geoscience, the GSSA, and the South African Committee of the International Union of Geological Societies. Support was by the DME and the NRF, and countries that were also interested were Namibia, Mozambique, Tanzania, and Botswana. Our competition at the time was India and Morocco. And South Africa won the bid, which was, you've already referred to it, Kodani, it was major. It allowed us to showcase a lot of our things. And to be honest, Prof. Richard Fullion and others on this committee, I don't know, Greg, maybe you were in there as well, I can't remember now, but got us all presenting papers in our various specialization. I remember doing one, there was even a scientific data session. And it was just a wonderful jamboree of geology in Cape Town. I then had really passed on the geoheritage thing to someone else, and the idea of the GSSA at that stage was to have a separate division, and it would be driven off a website and self-managed. And it didn't really come to pass. I then started coming back into the situation because we were running out of people there's always too few people to do too many things, So I said, all right, let's see if we can get this thing through to the new generation. Let me put it that way. So we got to Cape Town, but in the meantime, I had been attending the Western Cape branches, and I'm so glad to see you here today, guys, because you've always been a very good example of a Geoheritage Committee. But now, with my theme of how we got to Geoscience and Society is that with GeoCongress in Cape Town, there were wonderful submissions. It was also a wonderful congress there at Stellenbosch. But I noticed that the Geoscience and Society sessions covered the community that we'd been marketing to since the World Heritage and Ecotourism Conference of 2009. And I motivated right there and then with Tanya, who was the president, Craig was the manager, Craig Smith, and Marcy was the head of the divisions of the GSSA. They were all there, and I said, people, can we please change the name of this Geoheritage Division to Geoscience and Society? And everybody agreed, so that we could open it up to reflect, to be more inclusive instead of exclusive just to the geology of it, but also to the communities and the education and what you people have asked for now, which I do believe is already happening in the Western Cape, but you can understand that. I just want to ask Tanya and Nadine, if we can just get the website to be updated. Maybe you've already done it to reflect the new name. That would avoid confusion.
Yes, it has been done.
Oh, thank you very much. Okay, so yeah, Bongani, I see that you're here, and I'm so happy to. That's wonderful. So then, following this, so I was kind of coming back in and trying to shepherd this thing to see how we're going to tackle this whole inclusivity. And I got this invitation, and I believe it was from you, Bongani, to that regional capacity building workshop to promote geopark concept in Southern Africa. And this was UNESCO and this Earthwork. They were the sponsors. Seems that they're the government of Italy. And I actually didn't make it there, but Bongani sent me the report, and I realized that, okay, UNESCO is another factor here. And then following that, I got an invitation to the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. So Bongani, I'll introduce him as we go here, but I got an invitation to go and meet them, to meet and greet them there in Tshwane at their offices. I discovered that Sandparks actually falls under them as well, although they had a separate building. And when we were introducing ourselves to each other, and I explained kind of what I'd been doing, Bongani said to me, oh, then I don't have to give you my presentation. And I said, but I want your presentation so that I can know how you people are thinking. This is page 3, where I was just so gratified. I mean, it was just music to my ears that this other department and these people had the same kind of a vision that we had, where a geopark is in an area with internationally significant geology, where sustainable development is promoted with a bottom-up approach. This is what we've been trying to sell as well. They showcase exceptional geological features, including volcanoes, canyons, caves, fossils, unique rock formations. They often hold cultural and historical significance, and they prioritize sustainable tourism, fostering local economic growth. So all of this then also speaks to what you've been showing us, Kodani. And yeah, this was coming from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, which I'd never really thought were our friends. But I'm jumping now in your presentation, Bongani, to screen, where he said, now the way forward would be that they would act as the interim coordinator until we could get some cooperation between the Department of Forestry, Fishery, Environment and the Department of Mineral Resources. And Kodani, I think you've done a wonderful thing here, because you are combining the two, in including mining. And I know Craig Smith has always been very much speaking about mining heritage, because same thing in other areas of the world, there are people that actually are where this is very much promoted, and we haven't been doing it here. Yeah, so that we could then get these two together, the mining aspect and the environment aspect, and that there would be an approval process for the geoparks membership and identification and formalization of the national committee, NatCom. How do we do it? Which level should it be pitched? And the national mechanism to establish the document approval. Okay. With an action plan and activities. Now, this meeting was on the 20th of May, 2025. Just to introduce Bongani, or give him credit, he is the deputy director. Maybe he's somewhere else now, but he was then. I mean, maybe you've been promoted. You extremely passionate young man. He had discovered this thing of geoparks in 2008 and had been driving it there almost single-handedly, as far as I can make out, from that department. And actually, I think that they were at the point where Barbara Creasy was going to sign and agree to the budget for the Bloody River Canyon thing. And then, of course, with the politics, she was no longer the minister, And then we got another minister who was, I think, in Carter. So, Freedom Party. So, but in any case, so these kind of things can happen and derail us for a while. But yeah, where are we now? So that was in May last year. And the GSSA Manco kept asking me, now, where are we now? What are we? When is this national committee going to come to pass? Blah, blah, blah. My feeling was that due to a lack of participation by the Council for Geoscience, we weren't at the meetings that I was at. We were actually being held up. And the GSSA also wanted them to be involved because they're our partners in crime, So we didn't want to go ahead without them. At the same time, with the meetings that I was being invited to, when Bongani was driving people and the participation, I became exposed to this young man, Dr. Kodani Machusa, to his published works. And I then said, but now surely, I said to the GSSA, surely instead of waiting for this UNESCO process and all the politics that goes with it, why don't we just use the work that has been done here in South Africa? So that we can start moving forward, as suggested by Vangani, and use the proposed governance model for geotourism and geoheritage in South Africa and the implications for Africa that Machusa and Leonard had published in 2022, which we had passed it to the Manco. Everybody read it. We said all this we're all in agreement with this, because this includes and expands on the UNESCO model. So anything we're doing according to this work is going to be compatible with UNESCO. The other wonderful thing is that they did, and Kodani has referenced it a bit here in his talk, is that they've given us a practical example. So they went off to the Kruger Park, and they actually did an inventory of geoheritage sites in the Kruger National Park, South Africa, and they used the rating system to objectively rate and classify these sites. And for me, this is just wonderful, because this will promote, if we can adopt this will promote the standardized approach for our geoheritage site inventories across our different committees. So, yes, I think I'm so happy to have arrived at today, have found the right people, and I think the rest is history in the making, and we have the right people here listening to us, and we can now progress this thing in the young generation. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Marsha, for that historical walk down where we've come from. We have time for one or two short questions. If anybody wants to raise a hand.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. It's nice to engage with everyone in the meeting today, and just to appreciate the organizers of this meeting. And I think it gives us an opportunity to interact and also maybe to come up with some way forward. And I'm happy with some of the proposals that have been put in place in the presentation made by Dr. Machusa. So as it was just indicated now, we have been trying to establish the committee that will be leading in terms of the geoparks. And we struggled a little bit in our interaction with Council for Geoscience, but up until the 13th of April, where they indicated that they do not have a problem with the department coordinating the program going forward. However, they indicated that they would formally write to the department, because what we received was just a verbal indication of that, because we have been going back and forth They indicated that they wanted to run with the geoparks program at first, and then we had engagements. They indicated that they may not. They came back. They said they want to coordinate and so forth. So we are just waiting for them to formally write to us. But from our side, we said that we're not gonna wait for them to indicate that, but we'll also try to push on our end. So we have written to our current minister. You know that we have had about 3 changes already in terms of the ministers that we have. So we have written to minister, wanting him to approve the committee that we wanted to do, which in the couple of days or maybe not more than 2 weeks or so, we would have that approval, and will then be approaching individuals from the institutions in terms of them being nominated to be part of that Geoparks National Committee. But we appreciate some of the work that have already been started by Dr. Matusa, because that will then assist us to start with the nomination processes already. Because we might be missing on some of the opportunities that exist within UNESCO. We met with UNESCO in late April, and they indicated their willingness to assist South Africa to initiate its first global geopark. So we might miss on these opportunities if we don't initiate, and we really appreciate some of the things that are being done, which is the bottom-up approach that is being done now, so that we don't only wait for government, but you start something off the ground, so that as government will then support the initiatives going forward. Thank you.
Okay. Marsha, thanks again for your time and your expertise on the history of where we've been. I'd now like to move to the next part of our program, which looks at some of the things that are being done currently out there dealing with geoscience and society. And first up, we have Patrick Richards, who's going to be talking to us about no budget, big impact, geology outreach powered through sponsorship. Patrick, we look forward to your presentation.
Good morning, everybody. So today, essentially, what I want to take you through is what originally started as a one-off passion project for myself, has now become a fully fledged annual endeavor by me. And essentially, what it is just creating information boards, geological information boards. And this is just going to essentially showcase what I've been up to over the past 2 years and up to this year in my third. So just a little bit of an introduction. So that I've been quite fortunate. I was born into a very adventurous family, and that's carried through. Obviously, geology has enabled me to do a lot of traveling in a professional capacity. But I have traveled a lot of South Africa in my personal capacity as well. I've been fortunate to see a lot of cool places over the last couple of years, and everything or something that always comes up is what geology. Essentially, my trips are always focused around geology, reading up, and then trying to decipher what I'm going to be seeing. On the right-hand side, in 2019, I actually started tracking all the places that I go. This is just in the Garmin app, whether it's professional or private holidays and stuff like that. So I'm fairly well traveled. I've never really looked at this map from a geological point, and one thing I have noticed is that I'm clearly not a fossil hunter in the Karoo supergroup, as much as the central part of South Africa being left out. So something for me to go and have a look at. So how did everything start? So everything started through what is called the Bushveld Mosaic Environmental course. In 2015, both of my parents enrolled in this course, and it's a one-year course. It's aimed at just educating people, and at the end of this environmental course, you can take what was, I don't know if it's still going, but for GSSA, which is the Field Guide Association of South Africa. And what this course entailed was that every month, the guys would go out to a national park, and they would be lectured in numerous different fields, and one of them being a geology course. At the time, in 2015, Professor Judith Kinnaird was the lecturer of this module, and in 2020 she made it known to everyone that she was willing, or she wasn't willing to carry on anymore. She was retiring, and me having just finished my studies, my dad, unbeknownst to me, volunteered my name up for the lecturer position. So I started lecturing this sort of weekend course. It's a 1 weekend course. It's really just a high level introduction for the guys into geology. And I started with that in 2021. I'm now going in my 5th year. And these are just a couple of the pictures. We generally take the guys out to a national park. There's two. It's either Pilanesberg National Park or Bora-Kololo, both in the northwest, where we go through 2 days of pretty rough lectures, but we're also trying to get the guys out looking at rocks. So what is my current model for the work that I do? So obviously the first thing I try and do is I find a location. So where do we need the geological information boards and who can benefit from it? It then goes into research and compilation. So that falls on me. I don't have anyone else that I do this with yet. I've had 1 or 2 collaborators on the side. I'll go and find academic research papers on the area. And then the important part of this is having all of this information peer reviewed. So obviously I studied at the University of Johannesburg, so I'm in close contact with some of the lecturers there who have been very kind in giving me their time to review the content and make sure that I'm not misleading anybody. Although I did study, I've become a little bit far removed from the pure academic side of it. So once I've collated the information and I have it reviewed, the next big step is sourcing funding. So this is not funding to pay me to do this. This is really just funding to have the boards printed. So it's really just printing. I'm not involved in all the sponsors pay the printers directly. And then once all that's done and everything's printed, then it's installation. Again, this is really reliant on volunteers. Often I end up going and doing it myself. And it's quite a laborious process. So from inception, from finding something all the way to getting the information boards installed, can take anywhere between 3 to 6 months. So that's the project. I can just take you through. So the first board that I did was in 2024, and it was located in the Pilanesberg National Park. So if you are in the area and you find yourself driving around, had a stop at the Fish Eagle picnic site. And this is essentially how my model is working so far. So this is the installation of the steel infrastructure for the soundboard itself. All these guys are part of a group called the Friends of Pilanesberg, which is a volunteer group that goes around fixing stuff and just maintaining the park in general, all on a volunteer basis. And unbeknownst to them, they went and tried to dig some holes without any power tools into White Fooyard, which after the fact I've heard there was lots of sweat, tears, and quite a few beers that went down trying to get this up. And then on the right hand side, you can just see the final board being installed onto those 2 poles. So it really is a passion project. And this is the final installation board. As you walk into the Fish Eagle picnic site, it hits you pretty square in the face. And on the left-hand side, that's my dad and myself at our first board. It is very, very proud moment. So my dad is part of the Honorary Officers Association of the Northwest Park Board. So he's been instrumental in helping me spearhead the stuff, especially the initial couple of soundboards that we put up. on the bottom right, that was just a bit of advertising for the Honorary Officers Association and their involvement in the project for distribution in their communications. So this is really just to show you what sort of information I've tried to capture in a sort of level of detail. It really is a fine balancing act between trying to be representative and try to tell the true story, but keep it at a high level so that you don't lose the general public. So on the left-hand side, just some basic information showing satellite imagery and what the park is about. In the center, we talk through the formational hypotheses. It gets a little bit more detailed over here, but we try and omit a lot of the jargon so that the general public still has an idea of what we're talking about. All of these figures I kind of try and attempt to redraw myself so that the quality of the boards are as high as possible. Then the next project that I undertook was a project in Gauteng. Again, this is in the Northwest Province, and luckily the infrastructure was already up with it. I think Impala Platinum had put up a board over here that was it essentially was sun faded. There was no visible text anymore, and it was extremely detailed where you could see the text. So if you ever find yourself in a Gauteng Nature Reserve, as you're going up, there's a little waterfall lookout point. It's essentially the main lookout point on the left-hand side. You can go and have a look at that information board. And again, this is some of the detail that I have in the board, and everything is redrawn by me. It takes quite a bit of time. Again, so this was another board. It is reviewed by Professor Michiel de Kok, and I'm always learning things. So I don't know if anyone has ever been to this sort of area, but something that we thought I thought were preserved mud cracks were actually teepee structures, which I had never come across. So there's always something to learn. So what's in store for 2026? So again, I've decided I've gone back to the Pilanesberg. I had a little bit of unfinished business. So for anyone who has traveled around the Pilanesberg, you'll know that there's these geological sites, G sites, 16 of them that are distributed throughout the park. The intention was that at each of the sites, you can see in some of them, they have a plaque describing the geology, not the geology of the Pilanesberg, but just at that specific locality. And then underneath it is a polished rock specimen. And we did a bit of a recon, and of the 16, only about 4 of them were actually still legible to read. So the attempt for this year, or not the attempt, what we have done is we've taken all 16 G sites, I've redigitized them, I've formatted them to make them all look the same, so it's nice and consistent. And I've had the information reviewed and updated with Professor Molina Alberg at UJ, who is very involved in the Pilanesberg. It's one of the really strong areas. And this project is well underway. These have all been, I've sourced all the sponsors for this year's work. The final artwork has been submitted to the printers and everything is being printed. The installation should be taking place in the first week of June if everything goes according to plan. And then in a bit to try and raise awareness, what I've done a little bit differently this year is I've gone and I've designed a 3-page pamphlet. So the intention for this is that when the guys arrive and pay their park fees or their permit fees to enter the Pilanesberg, they get this little pamphlet folded into their permit. What we have found, just doing a little bit of Q&A at Pilanesberg, is that most people don't really know what the G sites are, what they stand for, what it's all about. So the intention really is just to raise awareness up front and try and get everybody involved and curious. So what this is it's really just on the center portion, it's a 3-column fold out with a geological map of the Pilanesberg, showing all the different rock types and the specific G-site locations distributed throughout the park with their coordinates. So, and on the backside, we just have a couple of interesting facts just to try and get the guys' attention and try and get people interested in this. So it's really interesting for me because things like this, I don't often, so there's one slide missing. I really do get to keep in touch with the geology. So this is a brand new geological map produced by Marlena Alberg and Anderson. And without these sort of things and without their permission, it really would be a large amount of time that I'd have to go through and digitize. It also allows me to keep in touch and see what's changing and what new hypotheses are coming through. So as you would have seen, a lot of the projects that I've been involved in so far have been based in the Northwest province. So you might ask, why the Northwest? So that Bushveld Mosaic environmental course that I'm the geology lecturer of is based in the Northwest province. So they operate out of 3 national parks, or their weekend lectures operate in 3 national parks, which is the Pilanesberg, Bora-Kalolo National Park, and the Geswane Nature Reserve. So they really are affiliated with those 3 places, and it's something that has been nice for us to integrate with the lectures and the students. The next is access. So as I said previously, my dad is involved in the Honorary Officers Association of the Northwest Parks and Tourism Board. He's just finished he was a chairman, he's no longer the chairman anymore. And that really has been integral. So essentially what's happened is my dad has proven to be the inside man. He's done all the admin, PT, and he's done the hard yards, making sure that we have permission, that all of the parks know what's happening, and that these things really do get the right permissions to go ahead. So in terms of why the Northwest, it really has just been an issue of permission and access. So if anybody, or maybe we'll get to it a little bit at the end, but if anyone has, we can introduce me to the right people for other parks, it'll be greatly appreciated. So really, what's in it for me? So as a geologist in the mining industry, obviously it really is nice to keep in touch with the geology. I still get to do a lot of research, a lot of reading, and I really do enjoy that sort of thing. And the next is knowledge sharing. So through that lecturing of the geology module through Bushveld Mosaic, it became pretty evident that we geologists are very siloed, and there's a very large percentage of people that don't really have any idea on geology. And it's really not hard to just share a little bit of that knowledge and make sure that people know exactly what's happening, especially when you go to these nature reserves. A lot of the people are already interested in nature, but now we can bring the geology into things. And something that was a little bit unexpected for me, and it came in as an additional extra, is I've been able to do a lot of networking and exposure for myself in a personal and professional capacity, approaching different companies. So all of the people that we get to sponsor these boards, who I'll share a little bit more shortly, are all industry-related people who are actively wanting to get involved. And then, although it hasn't really taken me to any new places right now, I do think that there will become a time, especially if my annual endeavor to do one of these per year continues, that I'll get to see some really interesting places that I haven't seen before. So this is really fundamental to the whole thing, and I've really been taken aback by how keen different people are and different companies are to get involved. And these, although there's quite a few now, the first year that I did it, there weren't so many. These are all of the sponsors and the collaborators who have been extremely keen. There's been no hesitation from them to get involved and to collaborate. These are not just monetary sponsors. Some of them sponsored the infrastructure, so steel and all of that. The Northwest Parks Board sponsored people's times, just helping with the installations. And then obviously the main sponsors are covering the costs of the printing for the boards themselves and the plaque. And this year they're also covering the first additional 2,000 pamphlets to be printed for the Pilanesberg National Park. Yeah, so what's next? So I really do hope I can continue with my annual project. Obviously I would. There's so much scope to do more than one a year. It really is just a time constraint. So if you have an idea, or you want to collaborate, or you want to get involved, or you're thinking, I know just the spot that we need to get this next information board up, or if you want to discuss anything, the best is if you can put me in contact with someone who can help me get the right permissions to get to these national parks and to get to these places and make sure that we do everything properly. That'd be great. Yeah, so if anybody has any questions, comments, feedback, or you have anything that you want to discuss, that's pretty much it. That's what I've been up to, and I hope to keep going. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Patrick. Very interesting discussion there. And just before I get to you, Marsha, Leonard Gardner has a question in the chat. I think it came out specifically while you were talking about the boards and that in the Pilanesberg. And his question is this information available online for armchair tourism?
Yeah, so not yet. So this actually came up this year. One of the guys from the Honorary Officers Association asked why don't we include a QR code essentially on the plaques themselves or something? And the short answer is that we don't have an online system where we can host all of this information. And I don't know who to be through. It really is a good idea. I don't know the right avenues to go through it and who would end up hosting it, if it would be hosted on a GSSA site, if it would be hosted on the Northwest Park Sports site, and so forth. So it's at the moment.
Tanya, if you could young me. I was going to say, Tanya and Patrick, Len Gardner is showing his age at this stage. Will it just get on the field?
Yeah, certainly, Patrick, in answer to that, is it doesn't need to be hosted on one place and one place alone. The GSSA would be very happy to provide a forum where you can load some of your documents and people can download them free of charge if they wish.
Yeah, that's definitely something to think about.
Okay, then Mbali, you made a comment about this work could be useful in Barberton and Makonja as well. So I'm going to ask you to contact Patrick directly, discuss that with him, and hopefully have some specific contacts that can help him to get that done.
Yeah, that'd be great. Barberton Geotrail is really good. I just don't remember how much soundboarding and stuff they have along it, and if it does need to be redone, that could be a really good project.
There's also a question or a comment from Gustav Engelbrecht, which you might pick up in the chat there, Patrick. He's the site manager for the Fredefort Dome World Heritage Site, and he would like to get your contact details so that he can contact you, and he's put his contact details there in the chat. So please make connections there.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be great.
Okay. Marsha, you go ahead, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Patrick. That's wonderful. What you're doing. I just want to comment on the Barberton Makonja because I was involved in the opening of that, and they are wonderful, UV-proof, transparent sort of flat things. I mean, it's on another level. I'm not sure if there are any standing up vertically, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Are your boards, are they protected? I mean, they're protected because I see you've got little verandas and so on. Are they UV-proof?
Yeah, so that is one of our main concerns. So
Yeah.
only the one at Khaswane is got that little upduck on top. The rest of them are exposed. So our strict requirements from the printers is that do have a very high UV protection film placed over the actual print itself.
Yes.
The biggest concern that we have is just maintenance around the individual boards themselves, because it's printed onto something called a dye bond, and the dye bond with the form itself are not resistant to fire and elephants in the Pilansberg. So we've had a couple of close calls. But so UV protection, 100%, that's been really good. Obviously, we don't know the longevity of it. The one in Pilansberg still looks pretty good. That was the first one we put up. It doesn't show any fading in that yet, but it's only been a couple of years. So that remains to be seen. But we do have confirmation from the printers that it does have a good UV barrier on it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Then I've got two other. Do you know anything about the little printed notebook that was printed by the GSSA and produced by Prof. Grant Cawthorne? Is that still around or not?
Is that specific, the one for Pilansberg?
Yeah, it was for Pilansberg.
Yeah. So we did ask around when I first started, and one of the honorary officers had one photo, but no one seemed to have a hard copy of it anymore.
Okay, I don't know, GSSA, can we look for that? Or I've probably got a hard copy. But
if you have a copy, please send it.
Yeah, let me have a look in my archives. Yeah. And then the other one is that there was also just a booklet like that done for Madikwa, which is a part private. I don't know if it's the Northwest. It had one, and my impression has been that the field rangers are continuing with the maintenance and the teaching. I think the knowledge has gone on. You know about that? Okay.
No. So I don't know about that specifically.
No.
But it's kind of the hope that we get something similar up and running with the pamphlet. There's been a little muttering here and there. I don't know if you know of the Black Rhino guys in the Pilansberg who are concessionaires in the Pilansberg, and they're essentially tour guides, and they've been quite keen to potentially do some geological training similar to what John Roth does on his side. Try and get the guys a little bit more educated on the geology. Look, the Pilansberg is not the friendliest geology to be introduced to for first timers, but they really can just start learning some of the basics and passing it on to their tourists. Okay,
so I mean, this thing of field guides, I mean, it's a passion of mine, and I'd started privately there with Matt in the Eastern Cape at Kariga Game Reserve and so on, just to produce a booklet of introduce the geology, and there were other private game reserves that were interested. And then we thought we must actually watch what the Western Cape's doing. But yes, I think for me, it's a wonderful idea. And I would love to sell this together with Kodani and Pumi, to the Oppenheimer Research Foundation, so that they can, or at least get there and have a platform, so that, because these people are coming to that conference, and perhaps we can get them involved, that we could start them off with a booklet or help them, and then they will continue it on.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Marsha. Kodani, you have a question?
Yes, thank you very much, Patrick. And I really appreciate your work. This kind of work that is really encouraging when people actually active on the ground and doing the work itself, and just not talking only. So really well done, and I think keep it up. Just two questions from my side. Are there any legal requirements or permission that you'll require when you're doing some of the work that you're doing, like inputting this board on the ground? And secondly,
legal. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. Secondly, if you can, but if you can, you'll let me know. What are the costs, perhaps, for one such board? How much does it cost? Thank you very much.
Cool. So the legal requirements, I don't need anything specific. It really is just making sure that the CEO of the, for instance, because these are all being in Northwest Parks Board places, the CEO of the Northwest Parks Board and Tourism is aware of what we're doing. We're really trying not to blindside him by just putting stuff up, and especially me not being affiliated with the park or anything like that. It really is just making sure that he knows that it's not paid for work, it's all volunteer, and that we have the necessary permission. It's really just a confirmation email to make sure that everybody knows what's going on. And then with regards to price, so I think on average it's about 16 to 18,000 rand for everything included. And generally, I've been really fortunate to get a good number of sponsors together. I think the most I've ever paid is about 4,500 rand each. I can confirm that number though. I mean, obviously this year I got quite a few more sponsors, so it's growing every year. I think this year was just over 2,000 rand each for all 16 plaques to be reprinted and the 2,000 pamphlets to be printed. Yeah, and then so the pamphlets, although we're only printing 2,000, so we've managed to get the Honorary Officers Association to pick up the cost of reprinting once that initial batch runs out. So the sponsors really have just paid for the first batch to get us up and running.
Thank you very much, Patrick. Okay, next up is John Bristow, who's going to be talking on behalf of the OGG group. And his topic is taking geology and geoheritage to the people. And I can personally verify that some of the stuff they are doing down there is really exciting.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I'm sorry for that delay. Thanks, Tanya. My name is John Bristow. I'm a geologist. I've had a wonderful career in geology, and I'm going to talk on behalf of the Overberg Geoscientist team, or Overberg Geoscientist group today. And if we have time at the end, we can just come back to this organization, which is a voluntary group and is doing as much as we can to share geology and taking geology, and by implication or definition, geology to the people. Okay, so the Overberg Geoscientist group, what's our strategy? Our strategy is looking past traditional geoscience and mining and breaking down silos. Very interesting that Patrick made that exact point. We live in silos, particularly us more established old geologists. Highlighting, in this case, our region or the country's amazing natural legacy, and this should be a driver of inclusive and sustainable development. And I think the important thing there is inclusivity. And we'll comment a bit about that on the front section of this talk. We talk about geology, and on the second section, we talk about geoheritage. Geology, like it or not, and many people don't appreciate that, is the foundation of society, whether it was old society, heritage, old heritage, old mining, or whether it's modern society. And we in this country have an awful lot to make up in that respect. In this country, mining, like it or not, and I say this with respect, has huge legacies. And we see that engaging with modern students, young students, and just the education system. Okay, but anyway, we've got to move on from that. And the other thing that's always useful when you get into a room and talk to people, or a classroom in particular, and just general people, the general public in a presentation situation, when you mention to them or you ask them to look around the room, be it the floor, be it the roof, be it outdoors, they're very surprised when you put us about everything in that room, be it the plate glass windows, the aluminium, the bricks and mortar, the paint, the 90% of that room, or go and get in your car to leave that event, all comes out the earth below our feet, including most of our water. So that's just a little point that we make regularly. that, guys, we all talk about, going green and protecting the environment and doing all those good things. And obviously that's important, but bear in mind that if we're going to live in this modern society, have high-rise buildings like we see on the top there, top right of that diagram, or provide food to people that comes out the ground. And that ground depends on the soils, the mineral, or provides the soils, the minerals, the water and the substrate, the brick and mortar, etc. Okay, so when we look at geology, it's important for just about everything: natural resource management, construction and infrastructure, energy. There's planetary geology, asteroids and earth safety, mass extinction, the fossil record. How many of you have visited the wonderful dinosaur center at Golden Gate? How many of you have visited Bruce's world-class, and these are both world-class, Bruce's Karoo Fossil Center in Graaff-Reinet? Please go and visit them ASAP. Geology is important, or managing geology is important for sustainability. It provides amazing geological records of climate change, climate history. It's quite bizarre today. We're all jumping up and down about climate change and what's going on here in the Southern Cape. We just had some amazing weather, and supposedly much of this weather, is extreme and unusual. Actually, when you go back through the geological record, and here in the Cape, we have some wonderful records in our geology. It's not quite like that. There've been lots of catastrophic weather patterns in the past. The problem today, obviously, is there are so many people living on the surface, living close to rivers, and many of our people, particularly the less privileged, are living under the waterline, like it or not in the Cape Flats, for example. We have the same thing here in Hermanus. And, when it rains a bit more than it should, and you look at where the pipelines go and where water is being diverted to, well, very often it's down to underprivileged areas who get their feet wet and more. Okay, so managing that natural resources is all about geology. And I would stress, as Patrick did, we all need to get out of the silos and start looking at our broader environment. Okay, so this is the sort of program we have. We don't do all of these things at once. We're very fortunate in the Overstrand, where we are Hermanus, so it's really Southern Cape, to have a huge number of retired and semi-retired people. And in 2017, we sort of put together an informal group, and we started doing basically fun things, getting out, looking at the geology, interacting with schools, interacting with preschools right down to that level, organizing geo-excursions. When we typically these days have 2 geo-excursions, again, we can talk a bit about that along the way. We've put together a wonderful program of having a monthly meeting in an auditorium or a place where people can gather. And we typically have a presentation and a question and answer session, and we record all those. Like the geological YouTube or the GSSA YouTube collection, we have, I think, probably about 156 now, in a sense, world-class presentations. We're quite proud of them, and they're all available there for everyone to look at some across. We've also been fortunate to have built an informal membership. We get a lot of our money from donations, or our support from donations. We have a number of companies where we effectively, or the OGG, particularly in the Overstrand area, carries out their social development program. Just, it's about every company in this country has to assign a certain amount of its profit or money to social development, good causes, upliftment of communities, and that sort of work. So we in a sense facilitate that sort of allocation that these companies make. We're a registered NPO or NPC, non-profit company. We do have triple B, double E status, and that way we can act as an agent for companies. We're mostly voluntary. No one draws a salary. We support speakers to come and talk in the area, and we provide accommodation once in a while for out-of-town people, but that's sort of the sum total of our costs. Okay, so it's a long list. I won't go through that, but I'll just run you through a few of the things that we do, and then we'll get on to the geoheritage. And we see this basic work as very much part of geoheritage, because for us, geoheritage must involve the community. It must be sharing resources, these amazing geological resources of our treasure trove in this country. Okay, so here's down at the base level. This is a preschool, an ECD school in our township, Zwelithli. When we started at the school earlier in 2025, there were 93 young kids, and these are really kids. Today we have 135 kids in the school. In fact, fortunately, if you see the top right diagram in the background there's a classroom. That classroom was built by parents. We managed to round up various sponsors, including our municipality. They were looking at it anyway, and that's the fourth classroom, which is currently being repaired and brought into functionality. And one of the biggest contributions in the sense that we made, it's somewhat sad, is if you look at those kids on the left there, they've all got a plate of porridge, food, early morning. They've just arrived at school. The porridge is good enough for us to eat. It's actually quite fun to go there early. There's Marilyn, my wife, and the school parent body treasurer and the principal and one of the school promoters on the right hand side. The first thing we did recently was go out and buy a big 85-litre cooking pots for the school caterer to be able to feed the sort of growing number of children. One of the challenges down here in the Cape, it is slightly better run than many of our other provinces, sadly. And so there's a tremendous influx of people, mostly obviously people of color, black people, moving into this area and bringing the kids to school. These schools actually work. The Western Cape government education department is actually quite functional. We've interacted with it at a number of levels, and hence you see that group of kids on the left-hand side all enjoying their morning porridge before the schoolwork. Again, up the valley in the wine farms, there are two very significant ECD schools. You see the one on the bottom there on the Hamilton Russell Vineyard. They do great work. You can see straight away that there's a slightly sort of higher level of quality of the classrooms, facilities for the kids. Again, we've done quite a lot of work there. That school has 3 classrooms and 45 children, so it's much easier in a sense to teach a smaller group of school kids. We also engage with the homeschoolers, and you'll see an example there on the right-hand side. There's many people find private schools can't afford them. Even some of the public schools, which are very good in the Cape, the classroom numbers are becoming large, and so a lot of parents are going the homeschooling route. So we help them with teaching materials and so forth. We work with several organizations like SANBI, South African National Biodiversity Institute. They look after our botanical gardens. You all know Kirstenbosch is a lovely one at Harold Porter Gardens in Betty's Bay, on the Southern Cape coast here. They have school expos once in a while, and you'll see 2 old fossils there, geologists, John Blaine on the left and John Blaine and Mike Tibbett in the background, all giving and sharing of their services. There are also some wonderful teaching aids out there. If any of you were interested, we'd happily share the posters that we put together, very simple posters of water, the farmyard, basic geology, the rock cycle, you name it. We've got a wonderful collection. I'm more than happy to share that again. And Barry Bryant, Barry, I'm not sure if you're on this presentation, you said you would be. Barry Bryant has put together a wonderful box of rocks. You'll see it in the middle bottom there or just down from John Blaine's legs. It's a collection of about 19 representative samples. There's a lovely, simple, explanatory book done by Nick Norman, wonderful local geologist. And that box, all those little hand specimens are numbered. They're nice specimens, and there's a little 10 times hand lens in there if you want to teach your children to, or teach the children or expose the children to basic geology. It's very interesting. These are young black and brown kids. Didn't see any white ones in it here. At this expo, we put very simple geological maps and a map of South Africa on the wall. And these are kids from townships, and bear with me, that they're at a good school, but things like books are in short supply. If you have old old magazines and old reading books, particularly educational books, sitting in a corner in your house, and many of us obviously retirees have, who've collected and accumulated stuff over years, have them, and we round them up and go and give them to the schools because the kids love them. They can cut them up, make posters, read and so on. I mean, we had an example in this class. In fact, behind John, there was a map of South Africa. And if you said to some of these kids, not all, so don't get me wrong, go and show us where Hermanus is on a map or KZN, they actually couldn't do that given, the backlogs in our education system. And this talk is not about that, but it's just something we should all be aware of in terms of where a large part of our community, our Black community makes up 82% of this population. There's a privileged a bunch of us at the top. We've got to try and share this cake better, and I'll come back to that a little. When we take school walks, there on the left-hand side is a homeschool. Took them for a walk in the Himalaya Valley, where there's been, in 2023, there was a big flood. We lost our fascinating peat bed, but there's wonderful geological exposure, and just picking up rocks, playing in the sand, understanding what a piece of peat looked like, those big black blocks in the background left, was wonderful for these kids, and just getting out and getting dirty. Another example on the right-hand side is another school expo. Right, so those are some of the interventions, positive interventions we make with this group of ours. And as I say, fortunately, there are lots of retired, semi-retired people here. There is a huge amount of this sort of social upliftment that goes up in a place like Hermanus, given it's a big retirement centre. So people have got time, and it's something as a useful model or add on to the stuff that the GSSA does, should perhaps be looked at as a model, particularly in areas where there are these people and many of the old timers that I'm talking about, and it's not just white. That they don't necessarily want to get involved again with a formal, structured organization, but they'll gladly give up their time to go and do things like I'm talking about here, come to a school expo, share their knowledge. So it's just something to think about. Okay, so let's go on to geoheritage. And I don't have to say it, it's come up today regularly. South Africa is a treasure trove of geology. It's there for everyone to see. When I came to Cape Town in 1977 to do a PhD, I looked at the boring old Table Mountain sandstone, Cape Supergroup mountains, and they looked just damn boring. Very impressive, absolutely. But I didn't consider them to have real value, particularly economic value. I spent my life looking at Karoo volcanics and then go into diamonds. And so, the Bits Basin and the BIC and the kimberlites of Kimberley, where I did my first job, were supposedly what geology and mining was all about. But actually, now you realize with a bit of age, I guess, and wisdom, and having traveled this country extensively, and Africa and working abroad, that there's just so much more to this iconic country of ours, not only the geology, but obviously the people too. South Africa has many world-class sites for geoheritage, and all of those things around that left-hand side diagram, and this is my compilation from many, many publications. There's just so much to be done in this country, and so much to be unlocked. And when I say unlocked for people like communities. You know, mining in this country wasn't started by the discovery of the bits or the diamonds or the bushveld. It goes back hundreds of thousands of years. And Kidani's work, for example, in Northern Kruger Park, and if you look at the early mining, ancient mining in Zimbabwe, you know, most of our mineral deposits, other than perhaps the kimberlites, were discovered long ago, long before we, you know, smart geologists came along with GPS and satellite imagery and. So we really do have an absolute jewel box. And the question is, how do we unlock that for everyone? And again, I don't want to harp on it, but many of you will have heard of the resource curves. Or effectively the amount of value that's been, you know, mined not only in this country but throughout Africa and in many other underdeveloped parts of the world, and taken somewhere else, added value, sold on at a big premium. And so I had the benefit of obviously being in the formal mining sector, and yes, I was very privileged. But one thing, when you look back in hindsight, and hindsight's always great, is one of the big problems we have in South Africa is that we've had an amazing amount of mining, but if we actually look at what's left behind from that, there's not a lot to show positively for our communities going forward. And I say that with respect. If we look at the West Coast, where millions of dollars, billions of dollars of raw diamonds, rough diamonds have been taken out, exported, cut and polished the rest of the world. If you go there today, and I do quite recently, there's very little to actually show benefit for local communities. And Kimberley at the moment is on its knees, and much like a lot of our old mining town and gold mining towns. And how do we correct that in the future is another debate. But most importantly of all, if we're going to talk geoheritage, we have to get it down to the community level. Most of those communities are very switched on to the land. A lot of them live off the land, and they need to benefit from the sort of things that we've done with that land. Right. So my view, and it's based on, I've been very fortunate. I've looked at geoheritage and the geology of Australia. There's some excellent geoheritage that's going on in Aussie. And if you go north of us, there's lots of good geoheritage activity where communities and people are being actively engaged, being worked with, being used as guides, and taken out into the bush with tourists, for example. And that has to be, if we're going to make geoheritage work in this country, and I think Kidani's talked to that, we have to have local engagement, local support, and we have to get even tourism more interested in our natural resources. It was mentioned earlier today, you know, you come and see the Big Five, or, you know, frankly, so what? You can see the Big Five in a zoo. They still exist around the world. So let's look at how we can start getting people to look much further than just the Big Five. Okay, so what we've done in the Overstrand, when it comes to geology and geoheritage, so to speak, we've looked at things like security and work done elsewhere, both in this country and the rest of the world, and we've set up two very successful, and I say that proudly, Earth Age displays. The first one we did, and you see the picture on the left-hand side here, we've done it in partnership with other sort of conservation bodies. So on the left-hand side, we're looking at an area in the Frans Bay penguin sanctuary. There's a sanctuary there that does a tremendous amount of work rescuing penguins and around our coastal shores. And that's another discussion with the demise of our sea life. And on the right-hand side of that picture is Dave Morant. Dave Morant was sort of front and center, very involved in the Maconjoan Trail creation. Now, interestingly, John Roff, in a comment in the chat box earlier on, pointed out that the Maconjoan Trail boards are in a poor state. Sadly, a lot of it is vandalism, and Len Gardner, who's also on this talk and we'll talk later, has experienced that here in the Cape Peninsula. So we took a 46-meter rope and we broke that rope down into sort of 100 meter points, 100 not 100 meter. It's every meter of that 46 meters is 100 million years of geology. And then we mapped out the critical, most important geological events along that 46-meter rope. And the point at which Dave and the team, these are all members of the OGG except the two ladies who are from the Penguin Sanctuary Group. We do great work around that area in our Walker Bay here off the coast of Hermanus. They were our partners. And you'll see there's a bunch of boards starting sort of almost at zero on the left and then getting older. You'll see there's 65, 120 million. That's a bit compressed here. We'll show you the next one we did where we spread it out. You can come into this enclosure. You can go and see penguins. You can learn about penguins. You can learn about geology. You can kick rocks. You can buy box of rock books in the little display area in the restaurant. And it's a safe place for people to come and learn basic geology. This is the one where we started out building it, and now this is on. So the penguin sanctuary is on the east side of the Overstrand, on the east side of Walker Bay. If you can look at a map, this one is back towards Cape Town. You can see the Table Mountain sandstone in the back there. This is Harold Porter Gardens. Betty's Bay. It's on the coastal route back to Cape, between Hermanus and Cape Town. If you haven't been down here, come visit us and we'll show you all these things. And here we built a 46-meter long wall, and then along that wall we laid out the whole geological history, starting from the Big Bang at 4.6 billion years through to effectively yesterday. What we also did in this case is we took the last 600 meters of Earth history and we expanded it. If you look at the basic geology that's all exposed here in the Western Cape, it covers about 600 million years. It starts with the old rocks down at the bottom and the Cape granites of about 540 million years ago. It goes up through the Cape supergroup, through to the modern day sediments, the Enon conglomerate, the modern day sediments. We have some lovely jury crusts and old land surfaces here. So we did it slightly different here. We did this in a botanical garden managed by Sanby. It's a great partnership. We helped them with their boards. In the earlier discussion, the previous talk, there was a question asked about what do the boards cost. These are all very durable boards. There's a great company in Cape Town that we use. They do wonderful work. They're not that expensive. If the boards get scratched by the baboons or occasionally, something breaks them, in our weather, for example, we can replace them at no great cost. And this one has also been a great success. So here's the finished product. In the background left there, you'll see the 46-meter wall. And obviously there are big gaps in there along the way, as you'd expect. So we haven't sort of looked to fill in every last bit of space because we want to get people to also understand the distance and the meaning of time in this evolution of our globe. But in the back there where you see one of the contractors, this is when it was being finished off, and come down to the front of the photograph here where you see naught million years. So this is the expanded 600 account of major most major Earth events. And obviously here too, we tend to concentrate on local geology. So if you look at the Table Mountain Sandstone behind, there's a very good explanatory board on the TMS, or the Table Mountain Group, the TMS, and then we have a QR code on every one of those boards. And so if you click on the QR code, it'll take you to our website and more information. So if you're a geologist, you can click on the QR code and get all the detailed publications, or several of them. If you are just a layperson, all of those boards, we geologists would do the basic description. We handed them over to a wonderful lady in Sandby, and she, and I say this positively, dumbed them down for us. So laypersons and even kids can look at the image, look at the map, and read the board and kind of at least get an understanding of what that geological event means. If you want to go as a scientist down into the depths, you can use the QR code to call up the information and publications. There's just a log there on the right-hand side of just some, but one into all people that are, people that have been there, and the numbers. So aside from Sandby being involved in nature conservation and particularly plant life, so this is an indigenous garden, we've now been able to add in the geological evolution, both worldwide and locally, to add value to that setup. Okay, I said that we have a wonderful jewel box, or this is the Cape coastline, and this is round towards east of Amanus, and these are the Calder's Caves. Just for example, I'm going a bit slow, I'll speed up. We have the most wonderful coastline when it comes to anthropology. These caves were used by our predecessors, and there's a wonderful geological, anthropological, archaeological record throughout this region. You'll see there, it's not that clear, but there's a very distinct line where the caves are. The bottom part of that geology is the Table Mountain Sandstone. The geology above where the bush line actually starts is the Bredasdorp limestone. So you go from effectively 500 million years to or less than 2 million. So and that limestone layer is important for a whole lot of reasons, including building material, cement. But importantly, it meant that where you had fractures and water movement, you hollowed out big caves above the TMS contact, and that's where our predecessors would go and actually live and fish. They'd walk out into the bay. This bay of ours has got a wonderful history of climate change, sea level going up and down, and it's all there to see. And people like Haley Corthrow of the CGS, and there's Professor Lem. There's a whole lot of wonderful work being done. There's a wonderful video. It's there on the top left side. You can have this presentation. Go look up that video. It was sponsored by Fruitbos, a wonderful nature park, which preserves the fynbos, our natural vegetation here on the east side of our bay as well. So this is just an iconic area, one of many in this country, and something we proudly looking at promoting. We've had excursions to the Cedarburg, the Table Mountain Sandstone, wonderful work going on right now on the sort of intraformational folding in the TMS. It's just exceptional. You can see some of it on the right-hand side there. So this is the jewel box we live in. This is just an example of one of the groups, very mixed. We also encourage non-geologists, in particular, school kids, other scientists, botanists, zoologists, whatever, to join our groups, because it just gives you so much more or so much better understanding of our environment and the different processes that have shaped this environment of ours. We've done a lot of work, Tanya and the GSSA are well aware of this, with events in the Northern Cape. I obviously have a bias. We've got a lot of diamond geologists in our group. So taking students, organizing field trips to alluvial deposits in the Vaal and Orange River, the Kimberley mines, the diamond mines, which tragically I think are now closed for good probably, and the other diamond mines around the Northern Cape has all been part of our program of facilitating actions which expose everyone, as I say, from preschoolers to students in training and experienced geologists just to show them this country of ours. This is a walking group that one of our members, Mike Dormer, he's a wonderful amateur geologist. He never studied geology, but he's picked it up. And he's probably the best guide of all, much like John Roth and others. And with no respect to John, he's not a geologist. So he can talk about geology that non-geologists can understand. And that's another wonderful attribute. So we in our group have tried to find people who can talk geology without blowing you away. When I take a field trip, I'm going to tell you about the age, the rock type, how it got there, what minerals, and by then you're bored if you're a non-geologist. So having people like Mike Dormer and John Ruff around is a very key part of this whole geoheritage business. So take note. All right, so here's the drip cave and the kelders. Come and see it sometime, a group. There were like 30 of them in one of our excursions. What I'm left there very proudly is one of our tour guides that we've been helping to understand geology. That's Sivi from Zui Township. And again, a person who's picked up so much of this and can already talk basic geology. On the right is a school group taken by Mike. This is supporting geographers. As I say, we're multidisciplinary. The Geography Union had a big conference in Stellenbosch last year that we helped them with a field trip. There's a list of our geological excursion guidebooks. You're welcome to them. We'll gladly make them available to anyone that's interested. As I say, you'll get this presentation. You can follow up with us. There's some of the things we've done on a sort of more course-like basis for students and international geologists. We had a wonderful trip in 2024 with an international group led by Julian Folger to the lips of Southern Africa, both in the Lubombo and in the central Karoo, right to the top of Moteng Pass in the Drakensberg. So enjoy GSSA YouTube and PlayStations. There's some of these more major events we've been looking at in the past. Geoheritage, Kodani, with help of Nolene, have started to create a Geoheritage YouTube playlist group. So that'll be very useful. There's some amazing information on YouTube already about the geology of Southern Africa, and go and have a look at it. And we also share geological knowledge with winemakers. So we get some additional benefits in terms of the only payment we get is typically a bottle of good red or white wine. And in my last point, and this is critical to me and saddens me a little bit, but there's already a huge amount, and we've seen it again today, of geoheritage information, localities, documentation. Alan Roxton Wiggle and his crew of Park to Canyon work, Len Gardner down here on the Cape. There's an immense amount of work. What it needs, and this is my sort of endpoint, it needs an informal but formal structure. We need to put it in a sort of central repository where it's available, but make it user-friendly. Please don't expect government to get involved and really contribute. Government has far more important things to do today. We even see that with the Western Cape government. We tried to get Westgrow to help us. The Western Cape government have a sort of professional, almost commercial tourism arm called Westgrow. It's great, but when it comes to these somewhat new and unusual areas, you have to help them. And you or us or the GSSA or all of us collectively have to be looking after our interests. And I mean collectively so we can share it. But we need to look after our interests and get it out there. So it's a great job to Kodani and the GSSA and everyone who's been involved. But it's time for us to make it happen. I've been around long enough. I've seen this geoheritage debate going on for a long time. But now hopefully we're at a point where it can really come to the fore and become meaningful, because there's a wealth of information out here which must be helping and assisting and uplifting local people, particularly the people who knew all about this long before we did. And I just go, that map there comes out of a publication by Knight et al. 2016. There's the descriptions. It's all there. Why haven't we, already used that and taken it into some sort of database? All right. So that's the OGG. That's what we're doing. We're having lots of fun. And my last point is, let's also try and lock in so many of the really knowledgeable people who sit in all these retirement villages, or they're semi-retired, but are quite happy to roll up their sleeves and come and help do things like us. There's a huge resource of IP out there that I think we can use better. There's also a tremendous amount of useful information, posters. As I say, we've managed to line up or access a lot of those posters, and we're more than happy to share. And that's just a bit, and then there's an election. I won't go there. Tanya, thanks very much, and sorry for going over time.
Thanks very much, John. That was a really interesting presentation. I wish I could have given you a whole hour to continue on with that.
No problem.
Okay, guys, that leads us then into the next section. And I'm now going to hand over to Kadani, who is going to be the chair for the next section going forward. Kadani, over to you.
Thank you very much, Kanya, and thank you to the previous speakers in the previous session. And we're going to move on to the next session. And our first speaker is going to be John Roth. John is a fantastic nature guide teacher, and he's been doing fantastic work in Africa at large. He's got his own geology guiding school, and today he's going to be speaking on adventures in geology guiding and guide training in Southern Central Africa. Welcome, John. Take it on.
Well, thank you, Kadani. Are you able to hear me clearly? I'm struggling to pick up some of the wording from people.
Yes, we can hear you, John. You can go ahead. Right. And the slide is visible.
That's visible. Great stuff. So, well, it's great to meet everybody. Some of you I know and have worked with quite a lot, and some of you I haven't met yet. But thank you to all of you for the work that you're doing in promoting geoheritage in our country and further afield. It feels like there's a big team and a strong momentum here. So thank you. So what I wanted to do was to just share what I do. I'm a nature guide. I've been doing this work for a very long time, environmental education and nature guiding in various forms. And in the last 10 years or so, I've started to very actively train nature guides. So people who are already nature guides, kind of specialist input to help them do their work better. So I'm very passionate about supporting educators in their various fields, and just sharing the wonder of our natural and geological heritage with people. So I'm just going to take you on some recent adventures that I've been on. My brother here is in the Serengeti. This is a chunk of basalt that gets rubbed by rhinos very regularly. It's a great interface to help people connect the way in which animals and rocks are related together. So just to say, what is the School of Nature Guiding? It's a forum, really. I collaborate with a lot of different people. I visit many different kinds of lodges and guide training organizations. And the school, if you like, is simply supporting nature guides in their work. So just to speak first about the guiding component of what I do, I call myself a geology and nature guide, and I try to weave the two together so that geoheritage is not seen as something separate and remote, but as part of our lives. I like to visit places where people live and help them understand the rocks literally in their backyard. So there's been quite a lot of interest in that, going to various communities around the country and just looking at the rocks there. And I'm not a trained geologist. I come from an environmental education background. So my focus is very strongly on how do I make this story understandable? How do I use the right kind of language to help people understand the concepts and not frighten them off? I work with schools. I was just in Sodwala Caves with a group of grade 11s from Johannesburg last week, actually, and most enjoyable. I do talks, various places, and then what I call online guiding, which really is the social media presence. And after strong encouragement from one of my children, I started doing short videos, various aspects of natural history, but a strong focus on geology. And I now have quite a large number of followers on Instagram and Facebook, so I'm intentionally using those platforms to tell geological and natural history stories. And I'm primarily functioning in Eastern South Africa. I live in Pietermaritzburg, so I work in KZN. I'm regularly up in Limpopo and in Mpumalanga provinces, and also doing some work in the Eastern Cape. So just some kind of on-the-ground visuals of the kind of stuff I've been involved with. This is the Wits University organized experience for the public at Babananga Game Reserve, and some fantastic geology there. And our role really there is to help make sense of these extraordinary stories, and these, in this case, Archean rocks, incredibly well preserved. And how do we help the public really get to grips with them? So these folk were general public. They had an interest in geology, and so I formed a team with the Wits folk, and together we made it come alive for them. Here we're in Kruger National Park, and this was a geology safari where we're looking at rocks and the big five and the big everything, really. I like to look at the whole picture. And just to say that rocks always catch the public attention when they have something unusual about them. So in a little structure like this fold, and people are automatically drawn to it and start asking questions. Here, so geology in our daily lives. This is waiting in a very long queue at the Pietermaritzburg Home Affairs to collect a ID document, and I noticed some geology in the building above me. So I share that on social media. People love this sort of stuff. So how do you make the geology that's hidden in plain sight come alive? And great responses, not only from the people around me in the queue, but people who are seeing the social media later. And this, I just wanted to share this with you because it's, this is a little chunk of orbicular granite that's not known in the country yet. It's near Hazy View. And this would be a kind of social media post that I would use. So just catch people's attention with a little something like this, and then some portion of a human in the picture to just give people a sense of scale, and then something close up that shows a beautiful image. This is what people are attracted to. If anyone wants to chat more about this particular locality, because it's intriguing and appears to be the oldest orbicular granite in the world that we can figure out, I'd love to chat about that later. As you can tell, I really am passionate about geology. So then this, just recently, last week actually, this couple came from Reunion, and so this is a little patch of komatiite that's accessible in the Barberton Nature Reserve, not the GeoTrail area, but the Barberton Nature Reserve, sort of in between Barberton and Mbombela. And this guy came all the way from Reunion to be able to put his hand on a piece of komatiite, and it was really a dream come true for him. So I love being able to facilitate that kind of experience. And people love red. Just for those who are involved in working with the public, the color red, obviously hematite and the link to our blood, but just in terms of advertising, if you use red in a presentation, people pay attention. So if you work with red rocks, you tend to get more interest. So now on to guide training. So I visit many lodges, and there's a lot of interest in the kind of training that I'm doing, because I'm helping guides make sense of the geology in the places where they work. So the sort of broad training that guides tend to get it's too generalized and it's rather inaccessible. So often guides are in a nature reserve or game reserve, they're working with visitors and they really don't understand the geology. So I go to the place, stand in the very sites where they are with guests, and I help them understand the geology and tell those stories. And that's taking me, not just Southern Africa now, but I was in Tanzania and Rwanda last month. So an expanding adventure. I work with certain training providers, so organizations that train nature guides. I like to give their trainers a bit of input. And I'm working with Field Guides Association. There's a developing opportunity to do some more specialist geology modules with the Field Guides Association. And then the SAIA is the Adventure Guides professional body. And I'll be doing some training with them next month, just to look at how do we incorporate nature learning and geology learning specifically in these adventure guiding pursuits where people are often in magnificent places, and how do we help them understand those places better. This was a great experience. So this was a chunk of quite a fine-grained gabbro, and it really very homogeneous, and it was a flake that had freshly broken off, and you could hold it in your hands, and if you hit it with a stick in the right place, it had this beautiful ring like a lithophone. So these guys were making some music, and we had a great time together. So just some of the things that I send out, it would be flyers like this, a course that I offer, and people are responding to these things. I'm happy to share all these kinds of details with you if you get hold of me after this presentation. And I have a strong social media presence, John Roth Guiding. Look for me on social media and on the internet, you'll find me easily. If you want to collaborate on opportunities like this, please, let's talk further. So here's an example of something I was doing about 5 days ago with a group of guides in the Sabi Sands Game Reserve. It was to take a chunk of rock and say, where did it come from? Where's it going? So how's it going to break down? What animals are connected to this rock? The way that it weathers, the kinds of minerals that come out of it, how does that influence what lives around it? What connection does it have to people? How does it shape the landscape, and what minerals is it made of? So these different ways of seeing a piece of rock, giving guides a lot more things to work with when they're sharing these rocks with people. Here's some of my colleagues who I work with around the country. Just these gorgeously complicated looking rocks, and being able to make sense of these and give the guides pointers and tools to be able to share this info with visitors. And people have really appreciated this. I wanted to speak specifically to something that is trying to build this bridge. And Kodani, I think you'll probably relate strongly to this, is how do we make rocks relevant to the average person? And it's a lot of it's got to do with what place does a rock have in our lives. So I tried with these various things that we are working with to make direct links to rocks in our lives. So these chaps are guides in Kruger at a private lodge, and rocks did not have much relevance before. So I started talking with this little pot about clay, and where does the clay come from, and starting to trace it back, if you like. One almost tracks rocks in the same way that you track an animal. You can track clay through time back to where's the source and what minerals did it come from to give us a clay pot. And if you have a clay pot, then you can drink mkomboti, and that's deeply important to a lot of people. So I'm making a cultural connection. And then this chunk of granite, which is part of a grindstone. And the fact that if you don't have the right kinds of rocks, you can't grind the grain, so you actually can't eat properly. So the first geologists really are the women looking for grindstones, and this is thousands of years ago. They're reading the landscape already as they move in. Where can we live? What can we use as tools to make our food? And then this, just building on the food thing, this is a piece of this talc schist, very soft, and just a portion of a stone bowl. Not quite sure what these bowls were used for. Somebody listening is quite possibly aware of this. But again, the idea of here's a piece of rock, but people have used it. So rocks in human life is really, it's a key thread that I try to follow in my work. Here's some guides in Londolozi Game Reserve, and just, again, spectacular geology begs questions. And so to get people interested in rocks, I like to take them to powerful places where the place tells a story, and the people are now curious and they want the story to be told, and that is the door opened for you. So a little shift. Sorry, we've jumped about 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers here from the Lowveld of South Africa, and now we're in Tanzania. So recently some guide training in Serengeti National Park, and to get there, flew over Oldonyo Lengai, which really was a bucket list moment for me. And that little crate is active. There's growth in there. Roger Schoon's excellent book on the geological highlights of East African national parks shows a picture of that summit crater with a small amount of deposit in it. When we flew over, there was more. So that's an active little bubbling place right now. Very exciting spot to fly over. So just back down onto the ground, and some of these meta-basalts that I was helping the guides get to know, just to give you a sense of the way I work, really is trying to work with the local people who are guiding on the ground and finding these beautiful places and making sense of them. So I love this little interface. And that's the stuff I share on social media, which tells a story. It's a human story and a rock story sort of woven together. Just a couple more pictures from that site, because I really was very, very taken with these basalts. And then these guys, this was a sort of juggling competition that evolved. We're standing on some schist here. These sort of there's these greenstone chunks in the Serengeti, and that's what we were in. This sedimentary arrangement. These rocks are also partly metamorphosed, so quite brittle. So a morning of exploring these, and then this team decided to come up with a song, which involved throwing rocks into the air. But this is how people connect with rocks, as we have fun together around them. We're now going to jump to Rwanda, and just from one stream draining an extinct volcano at Volcanoes National Park, just a range of beautiful rocks. And these clinopyroxene crystals are everywhere. Just go back to look at just a lovely variation. And then always there's this human element. And I saw John Bristow, how's it, John, had mentioned ecotherapy, that my brother here really just loved having his feet in the stream, sitting on a rock. And there's a power of going into these wild places and helping people just connect with them directly that brings a sense of wellness and well-being. So I love to try to facilitate that as well, get people with their hands and feet on these rocks. So there's that volcano, and one of the teams I was guiding up in Rwanda. A really stunning environment. So now I'm going to shift onto another piece of work that I'm doing, is at certain lodges, the people are wanting a bit more than like a once-off training. They want to be able to have some form of resource that helps them keep on being able to share information well. So this is just a manual that I did for Babanango Game Reserve. I'm going to be doing something for Londolozi in a couple of months' time. And then I did something briefly for Ezemvelo Game Reserve, which is near Bronkhorstspruit. So these things take different forms, but essentially a resource that helps guides and other visitors to a reserve to make sense of the geology in very simple terms. So here's some of what's inside this particular manual. So it's the location, a brief summary in like 1 or 2 sentences, and then a bit more detail, and then some illustrations. So here I was able to get, and greatly aided by Dr. Nigel Hicks from CGS. He's helped me enormously with the right publications. Yeah, just to show a picture, yeah, from 1910 of the place, and then an image of the copper. Wherever possible, we need pictures. In my experience, people really do relate to images better than text. And I'm talking about laypersons here. So then on to Kruger specifically. I have a soft spot for Kruger National Park, as many of us do, and quite a strong involvement growing there. So I've been doing some geology safaris where I take the general public and guides into Kruger, and we look at the geology in understandable ways. Then I'm doing a Remarkable Rocks of Kruger National Park series for a magazine based in Hoedspruit, and coming to the end of that series. And that is the sort of scaffolding or foundation for a publication that John Brister and Freek Venter and I are working on as a layperson's booklet, or doesn't have to be a booklet. There'll probably be a booklet format, maybe a pamphlet, but it needs to be linked to an app, ideally. And very open to suggestions here. But there's lots of information on Kruger's geology. We want to make it accessible to the layperson, and that ideally should be in several formats. I'm planning to be up there in August and writing this up in an accessible format. Maybe between 10 and 20 geo sites that the public visit regularly. Good images, a video per site, which I would put on YouTube or make available in some other public repository. So basically trying to make the geology of this iconic park available and accessible. And part of this falls underneath a research project that I'm part of, a large igneous provinces research project that's running for 3 years in Kruger. And I've done some training for honorary rangers, the people who do take guests around in Kruger. So yeah, just trying to get input there as much as I can. Then this poster, this went to the Savannah Research Conference last year. John Brister and myself worked on it. I keep mentioning John because he's really been supportive and helpful. Thank you, John, in this public forum. And always, so how do we make geoheritage, the stones, the rocks, how do you make them culturally relevant? So something like a site like Tulamela, obviously the fact that it's sandstone and sandstone can be broken up in certain ways lends itself to being able to build things with it. The shape of red rocks and these big potholes in the sandstone means that water stays in the landscape for an incredibly long time. It's going to influence human movement from long ago, as well as animal movement. So how do we build bridges? How do we connect rocks to people? You'll hear that this is a regular theme in what I'm doing. Okay, so just back to the Hoedspruit Explorer and the articles that I'm writing. So Remarkable Rocks of Kruger National Park. Here's a couple of sample pages, and these are all available. I think there's about 10 now, 10 or 12 key rock types in Kruger, and I focused in on them, trying to show hand samples, trying to show a bit of landscape imagery, just to give people simple but fascinating insights on the geology of Kruger. And there's one of my favorite pictures. I love the flow in these marvelous rocks and the keenness on the faces of these young people. And that's it.
Thank you very much, John.
I just have a small question on how is the funding? Where do you get the money? Is it from the private lodge you are working with, or it's from the government, or it's from your own pocket? How do you facilitate to get such funding? Thank you so much.
Yeah, very significant question, because the stuff doesn't work without money. So yeah, I'm a consultant. I charge the lodges that I visit, and they pay me. In terms of a Kruger publication, there's no that's kind of coming through our private planning. So I'm always looking for how do I get involved in work that's going to pay enough to be able to keep me doing this. So schools will approach me. They will pay me to come. Private lodges. Some of the training providers, they'll also pay for my services. So that's how it's funded. It's purely private.
John and Tanya, or Kadani, maybe I can add there. We find, excuse me, with the OGG, if you've got and John will bear me out too, if you've got a project, and a well-defined project, and you have a plan, and you explain what you're looking to do, particularly these public good projects, they really can work. We all need to accept that there's no free lunch out there. And don't get me wrong, I think that's the problem, where we say, well, we're going to go to government. Government should back this. Government should do that. Who's going to give me the money? I think John's shown, and we as the OGG have shown, if you have a plan and you have a good outline, and most of all, what's the benefit both to, obviously, the person like John, he's got a benefit, he must get paid. But if you show the benefits of that project, assisting schools, assisting the bigger community, people in this country will support it. But I stress the point that there's no free lunch, and I think we need to get away from go to government. I just think it sends the wrong message. We pay taxes. We should obviously demand from government that they provide services, but then the services that are the important ones. But a lot of this educational stuff, there's so much goodwill, and there are so many people who, if you can show them the outcomes like John has done, they'll support it. You've got to be a bit careful. There are also people, who expect more than their pound of flesh. But that's our experience as the OGG. John, you might comment there.
Thank you very much, John, for that input. Do we have time for one more question or comment?
Yeah, just to say, Kodani and John, if the thing's burning in you, just get on with it and find a way to make it happen. And John Bristow has helped me with that thinking. I'm not waiting for an organization to mysteriously support me. I'm just getting on and doing what I can with what I have, and trying to build as many partnerships as possible, and we do this journey together.
Yeah, thank you very much, John, for that. I think just to add, to say that partnerships always helps to perhaps deal with the issue of cost. So if we talk and collaborate and have partnerships, we could find that some of the issues could be resolved much faster than working in silos, than you just wondering about yourself. But thanks very much, John. John, we don't have much time for comment. Perhaps we could discuss that in further in the program. The next speaker is going to be Prof. Julian Bennett. She is an associate professor at Evolutionary Studies Institute at the Wits University. And today she's going to be speaking about raising awareness about paleontological heritage through indigenous history of science. So this links very well also to what John Rolf was speaking about in terms of making it accessible to people. Welcome, Prof. Bennett.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to do this presentation. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about our research on the history of indigenous paleontology. So first, when we talk about the history of paleosciences in this country, we really are walking in the footsteps of giants. Robert Broom, Raymond Dart, Edna Plumstead, James Kitching, John Napoli, just to cite a few. So people who really changed a lot of things in the landscape of South African paleontology, but also globally, like Raymond Dart, for example, really moved the evolutionary roots of humankind in Africa with the description of the tongue child, for example. So this is what, this is what you would usually hear about when we talk about the history of South African paleontology. But here we really want to push the boundary of that, like how far can you go back into the history of Southern African paleosciences. And Charad Master in 2012 actually managed to push the written record of fossil hunting in this country back to the very first settlement in Southern Africa. So in 1647, the Arlim that shipwrecked in Table Bay, which is the foundational event that led to Cape Town, what is Cape Town today. They dug a well. The shipwrecked people, they dug a well, and they found fossils, and they recorded that in the publication that's now on the screen. So this is how far the written record goes back. But then what about non-written record? What about the archaeology? What about the folklore? What about other sources of information, oral traditions, for example? And then we have lots of evidence that people have been looking for rocks and fossils well before the very origin of geology or paleontology. And we've heard some examples of earlier before this morning of people looking for rocks and fossils, same thing, tens of thousands of years before the word geology was coined. So we've got Mapungubwe and its example of gold mining, and just recently Will et al. Published evidence of indigenous mining in Southern Africa way back in time, like more than 200,000 years ago. Here the picture is a piece of ochre that was probably mined 120,000 years ago. So we really we know that people have been interested in fossils, not in fossils, but in rocks way before our time. And then fossil hunting itself, we've got on the African continent the oldest named fossil hunter. It's from archaeological evidence from Egypt. So in the middle of the screen you have a fossil sea urchin from the Eocene that was discovered by an ancient Egyptian priest called Tianefer some 2,000 to 3,000 years ago. And we know that because that's exactly what's engraved on the sea urchin itself. Those hieroglyphs that you see on the sea urchin say this fossil was found by Tianefer. So that's the first paleontologist named in the record, and it's from the African continent. And in fact, when you really push back the origin of fossil hunting, you quickly realize that fossil hunting is not just our species. It's actually there's a lot of human species that look for fossils, including Homo erectus and even Homo neanderthalensis. So you see here, for example, to the right, that's an Acheulean stone tool. That's a biface or a hand axe, if you prefer. And it has a fossil right in the middle. So that fossil was already a fossil to the Neanderthal that collected it and carved this wonderful piece of stone tool around the fossil. And you can see how the stone tool was carved on purpose to highlight the fossil that's right in the middle of the handle. So you can't deny, you cannot deny that the human beings who did that was aware that there was a fossil in the middle of that hand axe. So fossil hunting is probably as old, and paleontology is probably as old as humankind itself. So and thus there must have been there must be some evidence that people have been looking for fossils even before paleontology was imported in Southern Africa. And a pioneer in the study of that historical indigenous paleontology was Paul-Élan Berger, French paleontologist and missionary who worked in Lesotho. He was particularly interested in footprints, dinosaur footprints. And he described in 2005, he described this painting in the middle, which is, he says, the painting of a dinosaur footprint. And he developed all sorts of arguments to explain that this may be the painting of a dinosaur footprint that was made by the Khoisan about 200 years ago. And so again, the dinosaur footprint was already a fossil at that point, of course, 200 years ago. And his argument is that the Khoisan actually discovered dinosaur footprints and used them as a motif for their rock art. And going back to his archives, you can see that he was interested by the topic since the 1970s when he began studying paleontology. This is quite obvious from, for example, this picture that I'm showing at the bottom right of the slide. This is a picture of an association between dinosaur footprints, very, very close association between dinosaur footprints and Khoisan rock art. And he actually cataloged a lot of those co-occurrences of dinosaur footprints and rock arts, which seem to suggest that, yes, the rock art is not distributed randomly and was actually guided by the presence of fossils, which would again support the notion that the Khoisan, before and soon after the arrival of European settlers, were already aware of those dinosaur footprints and those fossils. He tried to publish that, as again is evident from his archives, but he never did. Myself and Emeshe Bordi found evidence of that paper that was never published in his. This is his archives. That's the box in which all his unpublished stuff is kept, somewhere in the basement at the University of Montpellier in France. So, but in our paper in 2025, Emeshe Bordi and myself eventually made that information public. So now it's published in the scientific literature. And this and more evidence have been piled up for indigenous knowledge of fossils, not just in Africa, but on every continent. Now we've got evidence of indigenous knowledge of fossils everywhere in the world. Evidence that were gathered mostly by historian Adrian Meyer from the Princeton University. In South Africa, we've got Charles Hem, who's been also pioneering this field since 2012 and his first paper on the topic. And you can see on the bottom left other authors that studied indigenous knowledge of paleoscience everywhere in the world. Evidence, for example, here I'm just showing associations between dinosaur footprints and rock art, just to follow up on Paul-Élan Berger's work. So when you look at the distribution of dinosaur footprints and rock art, you find evidence that these are not, again, randomly distributed, and you've got associations between the two appearing in North America, in Europe, in China. The oldest evidence are in Brazil, where you have a slab with dinosaur footprints, a sandstone, Cretaceous sandstone slab with dinosaur footprints. And right next to the footprint, there is an engraving made by human beings 10,000 years ago, really the first settlers of the South American continent. They engraved shapes that mimic dinosaur footprints. So this is as good as this kind of evidence can be of awareness of the fossils. And so, of course, South Africa also has a record of those associations, as I explained above. Another remarkable example that we found in the archives of Paul Elamberger was the discovery of the Mafuteng site in Lesotho in 1955, one of the most important dinosaur bone bed in southern Africa and probably on the continent. 2 species of dinosaurs were described from that single locality, so it's a very important locality. And here, what is interesting is that what we found in the archive is that changed the narrative of the discovery of this site. This site is very often pictured or described in the literature as being a dump. So when you look at the literature on those dinosaurs, those 2 dinosaur species that I talked about, you will see that people say that they describe the site as the dump site. So it's a garbage dump, and next to the garbage dump there were fossils, and they had to clean the garbage dump and stuff like that. And in fact, going back to Elamberger's literature and archives, we found that the site was discovered by a local school teacher by the name Samuel Motsoane in the early 1930s, so way before the site was published in the 1950s. And this site was in the street, like that's how it is described in Elamberger's archive. The site was in the streets, and it was not at all at a dump site. And the pictures, Elamberger also has a collection of pictures. And when you look at the pictures and you see the pictures of the original site in the 1950s, so that's what you see on the left here, you can see that indeed the pit where they started excavating was located between the houses. But then as you move to the pictures that were made in the 1970s, then you can see that the houses have collapsed and the site has been abandoned, and that's how the site turned into a dump. So the site originally was known to the local people, most notably Samuel Motsoane, and it was not at all a garbage dump. So it was not at all neglected by the local people. It was actually a site that they knew about, and they knew there were dinosaur bones. There are some fantastic pictures that illustrate that in Elamberger's collection. Also, the site of Mafuteng is remarkable for another thing. That's where, for the first time in 1955, the connection between dinosaur fossils and the Hodumodumo story, the Hodumodumo legend, was put down in writing. So it's the first time it was recorded, at least in the literature. And so the Hodumodumo is a myth about it's a Basotho myth, and the Basotho say that the Hodumodumo is like an all-devouring monster. It swallows a whole village, and then there's a hero named Senkatana who opens up the belly of the monster and frees up the people of the village. So Hodumodumo, and the way people are talking about the fossils in Lesotho is and particularly the dinosaurs, they just call them the Hodumodumo. So if you ask in Lesotho, and Emeshe Bordi can tell you everything about that, when you ask for where are the dinosaurs in Lesotho, people will not know what you're talking about. But if you ask where is the Hodumodumo, then they will point you to the direction of the dinosaur footprints or the dinosaur bones that they know about. And of course, Hodumodumo is well known now for being the name of that Hodumodumo Dinosaur Center in Clarence. So everything there stemmed from those research where Paul Lamberger figured quite prominently in 1955 at the Mafutseng site. So that was the first time in Mafutseng in 1955 that that connection between Hodumodumo and the dinosaurs was recorded. And of course, this Hodumodumo Center illustrates, is really a beautiful illustration of how you can use indigenous knowledge of paleontology to benefit education. Particularly, it gives a very nice South African flavor or indigenous African flavor to your education. People feel included, so it promotes inclusivity, particularly with the students. And in my case, I make a connection much more easily with my students now that I talk about African indigenous paleontology in my lectures, for the simple reason that why would they listen to that guy who's not even from Africa and who speaks with that very weird accent? In case you did not notice, I'm French originally. So yeah, why would you listen to that Frenchman talking about the fossils in your own country? Well, with indigenous paleontology, I can establish a connection way more easily. And I think education in general could benefit a lot from establishing that same connection. We published with my colleagues a book that sort of summarizes everything that we know so far about indigenous paleontology on the African continent. And in that book, actually, you can use example of that book, for example, to tell the origin and the evolution of light from its very beginning to the origin of humankind. So, for example, you want to talk about the origin of life, we've got a story about it. You want to talk about the great oxidization, we've got a story about it in that book. The origin of multicellular life, we also have a story in there. The out of water, like how vertebrates came out of the water and conquered the land. There is a story about that. The rise of the dinosaurs, well, of course, there's the Hodumodumo story that's very well known. And even mass extinction of species, there are some examples of indigenous knowledge of that, etc., etc. So this made my life a lot easier. This made my teaching a lot easier. And yeah, we decided to share that in that book, that experience in that book. Also, and to finish, there are some research benefits of including indigenous knowledge in your approach of paleontology. One of them is the discovery of new fossil sites. For example, here there's Tambokasi in KwaZulu-Natal. So Tambokasi is a hill where there are very nice exposures, and it has been well known for a time. It has been known for a long time because of its fossil richness, and that's why it's named Tambokasi, which means the hill of bones. And so, yeah, that place name is basically a sign, like pointing to that place, saying, "Come there are fossils there." And here you've got Tsebo Molefe, the local chief's son, who's helped excavating some of those fossils, 200 million years old fossils, with a Wits student named David Groenewald. So yeah, this was really supported by indigenous knowledge, and also the fact that you're working with indigenous knowledge holders helps you study these fossil sites much more sensibly, given the local knowledge and the local sensibility that may develop around those sites. Also, another research benefit that's relatively new now, it's the recording of that, a more working towards a more systematic recording of that indigenous knowledge, to particularly to save it, because that knowledge is weathering as we go. The more we bring of that Western science based knowledge, the more the indigenous knowledge is being diluted in that general Western knowledge. So we need to record that knowledge before it's completely lost. And I have a student now, her name is Tebo from Lesotho, and she will work now for a master's towards recording that knowledge, both by running interviews and by visiting some important archives like the ones in Morija in Lesotho. And something that came up doing this research is there are threats that we probably either did not know existed or were underestimated, threats to the geoheritage and the paleoheritage. And one of them is the illegal fossil trade. So illegal fossil trade is a very well-known problem in other African countries, like Morocco, for example. You can see to the left, that's a toilet that was made out of fossil-rich rocks. And this is in a really, really gray zone in terms of legality. Most Moroccan people to whom I asked tell me that it's actually illegal to sell fossils in Morocco, but apparently they are turning a blind eye to, the authorities are turning a blind eye to it, because it supports a lot of, the selling of fossils supports a lot of communities in very remote areas. So yeah, it's in the gray zone. And in Madagascar, there are also a problem issues with the export of fossils. Like most of the fossils you will see that are sold in any rock market, fossil markets, are usually from Madagascar, including here in Johannesburg. That's a picture I took in 4 ways. And those ammonites here from Madagascar, they were sold as lithotherapy. So they are believed to have magical powers that will help you heal some of your illnesses. They are very often used against anxiety and things like that. And in fact, something that we found doing our research is also the fact that some fossils are used in multi-markets. So even in the indigenous traditional markets, in the pharmacopoeia, there are fossils in there. There are a few examples of ammonites. There's what they call the dasypis, which is fossilized Hyrax midans. That's really often used in the and sold at the multi-markets. And we have actually no idea of how much of those fossils are sold, how many of them are sold, where are these fossils from. The suspicion is that the ammonites were from KZN, but we have no idea. And there are there bones, like fossil bones in those multi-markets? We don't know. There are possible evidence that there may be bones in some multi-markets, but this needs to be completely explored and more systematically explored. And that's also another thing that Tebo is going to do. And knowing what are the possible threats to those geo and paleo heritage, we can also prevent those damage from happening, notably using indigenous knowledge, which will help us create local awareness and, being more inclusive, which will create a sense of belonging first to the research effort, actually, because really the indigenous knowledge in that case, in the case of Tebo's project, will be the chief material of earth science. So here it will not be just a sense of belonging. They will actually belong through the research effort. And we can also, the same way that we are using those eyes to discover new fossil sites, we will have eyes right in the field, right on the ground for the discovery of those new fossil sites. We will have the same eyes also protecting the fossils, because we would have created that feeling that fossils are not just for scientists. Fossils belong to everybody. Fossils are not just, the Western science heritage, but is the heritage for everyone. And so they will be, by developing that sense of ownership, you will also develop the protection of those sites against those possible threats and the illegal trades, etc., etc. That's it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Julian, for that inspiring talk. And we do have time for 2 or 3 questions. So any comment from colleagues? I don't seem to see any questions, but just to acknowledge the work, Julian. So wonderful work being done there. I just like how you also involve the students in also unchaining and unbundling this knowledge. So I think this is where academia, as researchers in academia, we need to actually involve the students in geoheritage and how it relates to their own history, So thank you so much for that. And I don't see any. Thank you, Julian. I think you're excused for now. And we move on to the next speaker, who is I'm very interested to hear from him and his colleagues. When I saw that he's going to speak, I was very interested because of the passion I have for the young people and particularly very interested in the work at UNIVED. The next speaker is Moki Monsi Emahodo from University of Venda. He's the chairperson of the GSSA UNIVED student branch, and he will be speaking about the role of student chapters in promoting geoheritage awareness. And this is the perspective from University of Venda. Moki, are you here? Kindly share your slides, please.
Good day, everybody. My name is Moki Mofoto. Thank you for GSSA and Gordon for inviting us as University of Venda GSSA UNIVED branch. I'm a 4th-year student at University of Venda doing mining and environmental geology, and I'm also the chairperson of GSSA UNIVED branch. So today I'll be presenting on the role of student chapter in promoting geoheritage awareness, focusing on the experience and activities of the University of Venda student chapter. And I hope and believe this presentation will show how student organizations help students and communities to understand and also to appreciate the protect importance of geological heritage sites within the environment. Firstly, I would like just to touch on what is geoheritage. What is heritage? Because it's my first time having such a web talking about geoheritage. On my side, my definition, geoheritage, it's very important, and it's a geological feature such as rocks, caves, mountains, and mineral, and also landscapes that have scientific, educational, cultural, and also tourism values. This picture helps us to understand the history of earth science, earth and geological process that we know about the earth for million years. For example, the rock formation that shows in the picture, it shows a part of a natural geological heritage, because they tell us about the geological history of the Vembe region. Then I'd like us to go to why geoheritage awareness matters. Geoheritage awareness is very important for many reasons. Firstly, I can say geological features provide scientific information about the Earth history, because without the features of the Earth, we won't know about the history of the Earth. That's why we need to protect our features within the environment and our features within the Earth. And secondly, they are important for education, because students learn better when they are geologically structured physically in the field. It's more important than to take a student to the geological field mapping to go and see what the structure we are talking about in the classroom, unlike keeping them in the classroom and not knowing what they are talking about. And it's part of awareness when it comes to geoheritage. And thirdly, I can say that geoheritage sites can attract tourists and support local economic development. We know if ever we keep our geoheritage sites, it will attract tourists, and we create the moment within those features. And also, it is the geological landscape may also have a cultural importance for communities living nearby. We know that, especially in Venda, we have sites whereby communities, they go and dance and also sing their songs and performing other activities within the geological features, which is it keeps the nature of the earth, and it keeps the nature of the geoheritage. The picture that I've showed, it's a layer rocks in Limpopo. This rock contains valuable information about recent geological processes. And without, I believe that without any awareness, communities may destroy these important sites through illegal mining, dumping, and construction sites. It mostly happens in Triando. We see that they damage and they destroy our earth within the due to the construction activities and dumping sites. Then I would like us to also take through what we do as a Univen GSSA branch. This slide, it shows on the right side, we see that we have a students there. They went for a field mapping whereby they were mapping the site of Chibise. Yeah, then they were mapping different kinds of lithologies such as sandstone, quartzite, and also basalt. Our goal as a Univen GSSA branch is to promote geology, environmental awareness, and the professional development and the geoheritage conservation. This picture, it also just shows the Vembe region. Activities like this help students to gain a practical knowledge and understand the importance of geological heritage, because taking students out of classroom and taking them to the field, it brings awareness to the community, because when we go there, the community, they will be asking why those people are here. And we explain to them we are mapping these rocks, and we explain to them why we are mapping these rocks. Then it will give them the idea for them to keep the environment and all the features within the earth. They will respect them, and they will know there's no need to disrupt the earth. Then that's why it is so very important to bring awareness to our community and within our students. Since maybe we are from different regions, some students, we are interested in mapping, we are interested in seeing different lithologies. When we go to our communities, and we also share what we learn at school, because geology is about nature. It's not something that you need to take somebody into a class. You can just learn it through moving around, through exploring the land. Then I'll just share the key activities that we are doing. Also here, we go around collecting the water, and people, they will be asking, why are you collecting the water within the rivers? We'll explain to them what this is a field. This is a field trip whereby we map everything. We map the soil, we map also the water. We give them the idea what they must respect the rivers. They must respect the soil. They must not just pollute everything within their nearby community. In this picture, it shows here students who are visiting geological sites and collecting the samples. During field, students study the rocks, minerals, soil, and rivers and geological structures. And when we collect the sample, we also go and perform a geochemical studies and the petrographic studies to learn more. And also, again, we create maps whereby sometimes we can go to the villages and show them to teach them how to read the maps, how to read the soil, how to read the rocks, because some of them, they don't know what to read. They just see a rock as a rock. They just see a soil as a soil. They don't know the value of it. They don't know that this thing, it can give you what is going to happen in the future and what happened before. And also, field trips help students to connect the classroom theory with a practical learning. These activities also help students appreciate the importance of protecting geological heritage sites, because it must be protected indeed. Because without protecting the geological heritage sites, we won't go anywhere. We won't know what happened in the future. We won't know the pathway where we are going to. Because I believe if ever we protect it, we'll have a pathway. We'll have a way to go to the future. Because the sites that we are having right now is the information, is the Google whereby it gives us the information to go for the future. Here also we see the students feel they help our students to build a teamwork and communication and protect solving skills. As a student, as we are, alone individually, we cannot make it. But if ever as we are students, we gather, we go to the field together, they help us to solve the problem as a group. And students learn from each other, widely sharing ideas and observation in the field. Because some information, they are not asked them in exam, they are not asked them in the test. But when we are within the field mapping, we have the opportunity to articulate, we have the opportunity to share what we observe, to share what we think about the geology. And another important point is inclusive. This picture shows that geology is for everyone, including both men and women from different backgrounds. And also the rock identification and documentation. These slides explain how students identify and document the geological site. Students learn to identify different rock, such as granite, quartzite, and sandstone, and basalt, as I mentioned before. Because documenting what we have collected, it will help us for the future. Because in UNIVEN also we have our degree, it's on a degree. When we collect samples like this, we can also use them for our research, for our honors research. And they will also study geological structures such as joint and veins, bedding, and the faults. This picture shows a geology hammer placed there as a granite with a vein. Students, they take photos for evidence and also map location and record geological information to create a future map whereby we can be able to read, we can be able to document, we can be able to see in the future, or we have done this, we have protected this. Because if ever we document, we go and collect the samples, we document, we write information about the geological sites, it will give us the authority to protect that environment, because we'll know the variable of that site. And also, what we do again is we do school outreach in action, because we realize that geoscience is not widely spread, because most of learners at secondary, they don't know about geology. They just think geology is somebody who goes at the rocks and after go to work in a mine. They don't know about that. It's also involved with the protecting of environment. They don't know about this thing of geoheritage. They don't know anything. For then us as a UNIVEN GSSA, we do outreach and we tell them what is geology. We tell them more about geology, what they can do. And also we do the outreach within the university, whereby we share with our students, we bring professional geologists, we bring people who are doing researches, and they come to them and explain them what is geology, what is geoheritage. And also it promotes awareness to us. It opened our eyes. It opened our eyes that we must be aware of our lands. We must be aware of our site. We must not just learn and go out of university. We must document. We must do research to protect our environment. And also, what I want us to go to is to the recommendation. The recommendation, I think there are several ways to improve your heritage awareness. Universities should include your heritage as a part of a geology course or a module, and provide more funding for field activities, because we lack funding for the field activities because it's expensive sometimes. For in our university, we can go twice or once a year, which is not more effective. And also, student chapters should expand outreach programs to more schools and rural communities, because you might find many rural communities, they have very valuable sites, but because they don't know, because we have been there as geologists, they don't treat that area in a good way. You find that that area, they just pollute it, they just throw the waste within that area, they don't take care of it. Then again, geoheritage information should also be translated into local languages. That this is important. Most of the maps, they are written in English, and most of our grandfathers at home, they're interested in this thing, but they cannot read English. But if ever they translate geological maps into other languages, such as Chivenda and Stonga and other languages into our province, it will be valuable for our people who are staying at home to understand. And also, government and the industry, they should support geological conservation projects and geopark. Mostly, we don't have geoparks. We don't have many geoparks in Limpopo. Then they must be developed. And also, the partnership between the universities and the communities and the professional organization are also important. For example, if ever you're doing a research, you're doing a PhD regarding geoheritage, you must, I think, it must be a collaboration whereby you come into University of Venda, you tell them, or you are doing this research. We have students who are doing honors. They can help you to progress in your PhD. You just give them another part. So working together, I think it will help us also to grow and to bring awareness of geoheritage within the earth and within our geoscience. And in conclusion, I can say that geoheritage is an important part of our geological, environmental, and cultural identity. Student chapter such as GSSA Univen chapter play an important role in promoting geoheritage awareness through the field trips, outreach programs, seminars, research, and conservation activities. These activities help students and communities to understand and protect geological heritage for future generations. The work has been started here at University of Venda, but the goal is not only for University of Venda, but to build a geoheritage aware South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moki, for that inspiring talk. Colleagues, we have ample time for questions to engage with Moki and how they can take geoheritage forward, in especially in Limpopo and Bembe specifically. Okay, I will start while other colleagues are still thinking about their questions. Moki, just tell me, what are some of the challenges that you, as students, chapter have encountered, particularly when raising geoheritage awareness in the region?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The most challenges that we are facing, we don't have too much exposure when it comes to heritage. And what I've realized, we don't have somebody who is guiding us when it comes to geoheritage. And for me, like, especially I'm a student, and it's my first time having this kind of seminar of geoheritage. And also, mostly we like to go to the field, because since I have said that we can go once a year, you see, and we also we don't have a module related to heritage exactly, because we are geology students, but we are mainly focused on mining and geology. And so it becomes a problem to us as students.
All right, Moki, well done. And thank you so much for your presentation. I think it was well received. From my side, just to say that as the GSSA division, we will engage with the student chapter of the GSSA, including in all other universities in South Africa who are particularly interested in geoheritage, so that we could provide some guidance and expose you to some of the research that is being done and how you could also get involved. But I really like your presentation and how you are envisaging going forward, like your ideas to use local languages and how you could also involve the local communities. So thank you very much. And hopefully, I believe you are still a master's student or an honor student. Hopefully in future you will consider some of the research in geoheritage. I see there we have a question here. The question says, is there any geoheritage project at Univen that is currently active? This is from Wiseman Mashimbi. Moki, can you take the question?
No, at the current, we don't have any project at the University of Uganda that is related to geoheritage.
And the next presentation will be by Prof. Adam Bambi and Dr. Catherine Jarefos. Prof. Adam Bambi is a professor at the Department of Geology at the University of Pretoria, and Dr. Zevaros is a lecturer at the Department of Environmental, Water and Earth Sciences at Tshwane University of Technology. And they will be presenting on the geology and scenery of Mafapeng, Cuesta in Limpopo province, the underappreciated geological gem. Prof. Bambi and Dr. Zevaros, you're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Lovely to be here with you. I think one of the problems we face in geoheritage in South Africa, especially in the northern part of South Africa, is there is just so much to choose from. We've got Barberton, got the Witwatersrand Basin, the Bushveld Complex, Limpopo Belt, Cradle of Humankind, just to name a few. These are all big geological structures with a lot of wow factor. And I think it's all a bit overwhelming for everybody here that's involved in trying to market and preserve these geological entities. And I'm afraid I'm not going to help much, because I just want to market here yet another one in the northern part of South Africa. And the reason that I think this one is worth marketing is because it's quite small and it's largely unknown, but I think it is absolutely stunning. And if I'm doing a good job over the next 20 minutes or so, I hope you'll end up agreeing with me. It's an area called the Makabeng Cuesta. It's up in Limpopo province. I'll show you a couple of Google Earth images so you can get some idea of roughly where it is. So there's obviously a Google Earth image of South Africa, and if you look in the yellow box, you can more or less make out the Soutpansberg Mountains, and just to the west of that is Bloberg. And if I zoom in again, the next slide shows what's inside that yellow box a little bit more. So there you can see the Soutpansberg Mountains running east to west between Vivo, Louis Tricard, and on towards Kruger National Park. And then to the west of that, there's this very mountainous area called Bloberg. And then just to the south of that again, so we're about 100 kilometers north of Polokwane here. This is where the Makabeng Cuesta sits. Okay. And it's roughly sort of a diamond-shaped area. My next slide shows an oblique picture of that. Again, Google Earth. This is roughly looking north. And you can see that on the eastern side, you've got all of these cliffs. And that's because the rocks here have a very gentle, between 1 and 5 degree westward dip. So these cliffs, then the landscape dips gradually across and then just sort of disappears off to the western side. And this area is all comprised of medial Waterberg group sandstones. It's cross-cut by a whole number of dikes, so you can see these great slashes running through the sandstones there. This is a swarm of dikes of a whole variety of different orientations, very commonly outcropping in the Waterberg group, and they add to the scenery quite substantially. So what do I feel is so special about this area? Well, firstly, it's pretty compact. You can see at the bottom of the slide, there's those dimensions. It's only about 20 kilometers by 20 kilometers. But there are lots of very significant things going on. Now, one of the things for which it's most well renowned is the artwork that's on the sandstones there. There are over 700 rock paintings, largely of wildlife, hunting scenes, that sort of thing. You can see in this image there's a camel that's drawn, which is certainly for me, with very little knowledge of the indigenous people of this area, that came as quite a surprise to me. And what I also find surprising is this next bit of artwork. This is a steam train sitting on some of the one of the overhangs in the Macabeng area. The very poignant meeting of cultures recorded, I guess, to early 20th century or maybe late 19th century, that's recorded here in this rock painting. I found this absolutely fascinating. But this is not really what I'm here to talk about. I'm also not really to talk about other sort of cultural remains that are preserved up on this plateau. This is a refuge dating from the Malabach War in the latter part of the 19th century, where the local population pretty much hid themselves away on the Macabeng Cuesta to try and escape the Republic, who are trying to get tax from them. So I'm not really going to talk about this. And I'm not really going to talk about the landscape either, but the landscape is absolutely stunning. This is some of the scenery that you see there. I've got a few slides of this kind of thing. One of the main characteristics of this area are these beautiful inselbergs that stand up on top of the plateau, made of younger rocks of the Waterberg group. We'll look at the geology later. But I think you'll agree, looking at pictures like this and the next one, that scenically the Macabeng Plateau is just absolutely amazing. But what I'm actually going to talk about is more on the geology, because this hasn't had a lot of coverage as yet. Many people have never even heard of this place. But as I said, I think it is a geological gem. So let's look at some of the geology of this area. It's right on the northern margin of the Kapval Craton. So you can see marked on this little sketch map there, you've got the Palala Shear Zone. That's the northern Craton margin. North of that is the central zone of the Limpopo Belt. And we are just, to say, by a few kilometers onto the Kapval Craton. And the Craton edge actually forms a very important part, I feel, of the evolution of the geology of this area. But it's right on the northern edge of the Waterberg Basin, the main Waterberg Basin. Got the Tabazimbi Murchison lineament, one of these parallel Archean-aged lineaments forming the southern border, and the Palala Shear Zone forms the northern border, and we're right on that northern edge of the basin. In terms of the local stratigraphy, this column on the right shows the stratigraphy of the Waterberg group, and this is a bit of a sketch map of the area. It's grossly oversimplified, but at the bottom, sitting non-conformably on top of the gneiss of the southern marginal zone of the Limpopo Belt, there's the Settler Ole Formation, which doesn't outcrop terribly well, and then sitting on that is this important Macabeng Formation, and then on top of that again are the Mogalakwena Formation rocks, and they're the ones that are forming those very spectacular inselbergs that we saw a few slides ago. So I'm going to spend most of my time looking at this Macabeng Formation, this one sort of sandwiched between the Setlaole and the Mogalakwena formations. And what is important about the Macabeng Formation is that it is an aeolianite. The age of these rocks is between about 2 billion and 1.85 billion years old. So these are Paleoproterozoic aged rocks. And anywhere on the world, especially so in South Africa, aeolian deposits don't get terribly well represented in the geological record. If they're aeolian, they're obviously above sea level. They tend to get eroded away, so they don't preserve very readily. Within South Africa, there's only 2 aeolian deposits. That's these ones here of the Macabeng Formation, and then the much, much younger Clarence Formation rocks towards the top of the Karoo supergroup. And despite the fact that those Clarence Formation rocks are a fraction of the age of these, they're about 190 million, whereas these are about 1,900 million years old. These are much, much better preserved in terms of the aeolian processes that you can see within these very, very ancient rocks. So that alone tells you that we're looking at something really special here. It's the oldest preserved desert in South Africa. It's the oldest preserved desert pretty much anywhere in the world, especially if you're looking for quality of preservation. You can see on this slide, these are the faucets of ancient sand dunes that blew across this area nearly 2 billion years ago, and you can pick out every single faucet. If you look at the Clarence Formation, you can barely make that out at all. You can sort of more or less see that it's cross-bedded on a large scale, but that's as good as it goes in the Clarence Formation. And remember, they are much, much younger than these. These, considering their age, are so nicely preserved. So I have a few slides of some of those aeolian faucets. What you can see in the foreground here, where my 2 daughters are admiring, this is faucet after faucet of wind-blown sand that accumulated in a desert back in the Paleoproterozoic. And then if you look behind them up on that cliff, that's jumping up a level into the Mogalakwena Formation. And that's not aeolian at all, that's fluvial. So already we can establish that there's a bit of a climate change in there, going from a desert up into fluvial conditions. So there's a nice record there, and a perfect story to tell about how climate has changed in the past within this particular area. What we can see in this picture are 2 different sand dunes that have been that have accumulated as a consequence of wind blowing in opposite directions at 2 different times. If you look on the left-hand side of the image, those faucets are all dipping towards the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, you can see that all the faucets are dipping out towards the right. And just in front of my daughter there, you can sort of see, it looks a little bit like the crest of a roof. So there's your contact between wind blowing towards the left, wind blowing towards your right, and then 2 different dunes, one sitting on top of the other, and there's the contact between them. You just don't see preservation like this in other aeolianites, especially ones of this age. There again, you can see 2 different dunes, and just run my cursor along it. There's the contact between the 2 dunes that you can nicely see. The dip angle gives you some indication of where on the dune you're standing. So notice that this lower dune, the angles of dip there are much, much steeper, maybe 10, 15 degrees or so. That tells you that you're higher up the dune, because the angle of dip will gradually increase higher and higher up to maybe an angle of 20, 25, maybe even 30 degrees at the top of the dune. But those dune crests rarely get preserved. The one on top here that you can see, that's much lower angle. So this is obviously a younger dune that's sitting on top of that, of the medial part of that buried dune, and we're much, much lower down in the dune. This top one, can tell that because the angle of dip is much lower. So we have these stacked sets of dunes, sometimes dipping steeply if we preserve the medial parts of the dune, sometimes dipping gently if you've preserved the lower parts of the dune. And the landscape gets really nice where you start carving into these sets of dunes by modern day rivers. So you can see, just doing a quick count here, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 different dunes from top to bottom there, of different ages, obviously the oldest ones at the bottom. And these are so beautifully exposed. And these beautiful swirling patterns, it looks very appealing when the rivers start carving down and exposing cross sections through these dune sides. And again, more of those inselbergs from the fluvial deposits of the Mogalakwena Formation in the background there. Some small-scale deposits, small-scale structures that are preserved as well. These are little wind ripple strata, reflecting the wind blowing around one afternoon nearly 2 billion years ago. Wind ripples are easily distinguished from current ripples in water because of their width to height ratio. So these are long, flat ripples with a big wavelength, not a terribly high amplitude, indicating that these are indeed wind-blown sands forming these sand dunes. So as aeolian deposits go, these are also quite interesting because interbedded with them are loads of fluvial deposits. The sand here is a little bit coarser. And if you look carefully, you can see, I'll just highlight it just below the hammer there are all of these pebbles incorporated into this deposit. And there's also a little bit of fluvial cross-bedding. So this is a good sign that in and amongst these fully desert aeolian conditions, there were also rivers flowing. So it was there's some evidence then that this was a bit of a wet desert. And in fact, the evidence keeps growing for that. This is in the same area. You can see those same little pebbles that could not have blown into this area by wind. These are far too big to have been wind blown. So these must have been carried in by waterborne currents. And then on these surfaces, all of these lines that you can see, that's parting lineation, a good sign of flowing water. And it also tells you what direction the water was flowing as well, which I'll get back to in a little while. But you can nicely see the interaction between dry conditions and wet conditions within this Makabeng Desert all those years ago. You can also get the wind direction by looking at the forset direction of the dunes. So looking at these 3 Waterberg units from bottom to top, going from Setlole through Makabeng and Mogalakwena, you can start to see what's happening with the landscape on a larger scale. The Setlole Formation, there the fluvial paleocurrent directions are pretty exclusively from north to south. Those fluvial facies that we saw in those parting lineations in the Makabeng Formation, they're pretty much north to south with a bit of variation. The forsets of those big scale sand dunes are blowing from northeast to southwest. So you can see that's the wind direction. And then if we go up into the Mogalakwena Formation, the paleocurrent direction changes and it goes more sort of east-northeast to west-southwest. So I feel that that this is a reflection of the geography at that time. Obviously, water flows downhill. So throughout this time, you've got a pretty consistent set of hills up to the north, and the rivers are flowing down from the north to the south, whereas the wind is more blowing parallel with the hills, blowing at a slightly different angle to where the current was going. I'll sort of get on to a regional tectonic model for all of this a little bit later on. But this is all information that's readily interpretable by just looking at the angle of the dip direction of the paleocurrents, whether it's wind or waterborne. So it's really interesting science that I think the public could readily interpret. So we've established that although this is fully desert conditions, that the fluvial rocks within there are also showing that there is rainfall in the vicinity. And there are some things that are also very unique to support that. This is, you can see on the left-hand side of this image, there you can see the typical fine laminations of those dunes. And these are sort of dipping quite steeply towards us. And then if you look here on the right-hand side, there's this kind of blob where you lose all of that lamination. This is a massive sandstone, so it's got very, very little internal structure. And if you look at the contact between where that massive sandstone and the finely laminated sandstone, it's roughly along where my cursor is. So this is a channel of massive sandstone that's carving its way down through the dune. The fact that there's a fairly steep angle of dip here suggests that this channel of massive sandstone is cutting out quite a long way up the dune. So these massive sandstones are something that you don't often find in modern day deserts. Here's a few more pictures. You can again see that very strong contrast between the more typical finely laminated dune sandstone, and again there's the edge of the channel with massive sandstones. And once again in this picture, again you can see the contact there. You can actually see the entirety of the channel going down to the bottom and then back up the other side. And it gets even more mysterious when you start looking in other locations. This again shows that massive sandstone, but instead of being channelized, this is now more of a sheet of massive sandstone. You can see it looks very different. There's none of those eternal laminations which you see down on this dune, for example. And if you look very carefully, you can see that the sheet of massive sandstone, which isn't channelized, is spread out over this very low angle laminated sandstone. So this must be at the bottom of the dune. A few more pictures showing very similar relationships to this. Again, you can see this is a pretty much flat sheet, and just sitting here below it are those horizontal laminae, suggesting we're once again right at the toe of a dune. This one's been a bit eroded away, but you can still see those relationships. There's the horizontal laminated sandstone, and this is now a little fragment of what would have been a big, extensive sheet of this massive sandstone. You can see bits of it in the background as well. It's all been a bit broken up now. So this work was done about 25 years ago by Ed Simpson, Ken Erickson, Pat Erickson, and myself. And what we figured out was that the dunes were starting to collapse. In probably extreme precipitation events, the very top of the dunes, where the faucets reach a very steep angle, as they became wet with rain, that they were collapsing just under the weight of all of the water that they were soaking up. And then they'd collapse and avalanche as a kind of sand slurry down the front of the dune. And as they would go down the steeper parts of the dune, they would start to channelize and cut into the dune. And then when they traveled down to the flatter parts at the bottom of the dune, they would start spreading out into these big sheets of sandstone. So this is yet more evidence that this desert was a bit unlike deserts that we might have on the planet today, in that it was not just wet, but really wet. If it was getting precipitation events that were extreme enough to make dunes collapse, this desert must have been really getting quite substantial rainfall. But of course, back in the Paleoproterozoic, you can rain as much as you like on a desert, and it's never going to get vegetated because there isn't much in the way of vegetation that could possibly have colonized it. So you can see evidence for climate change. It's worth pointing out that these massive sandstones that seem to go hand in hand with these extreme precipitation events are all up towards the top of the Macabeng Formation, just below where you get the Magolaquena Formation, which is entirely fluvial. So you can see a gradual climate shift from dry and gradually getting wetter and wetter. So that Magolaquena Formation that sits on top, that's also very interesting. The Magolaquena Formation, remember, is the rocks that's forming these big inselbergs that are so beautiful on the Macabeng Plateau. When you look at it, you can see this is definitely fluvial. You've got these big cobbles, some 10, 20 centimeters in diameter, all rounded. They've been carried down a riverbed from up in the northeast, and you've got this beautiful fluvial cross-bedding accentuated by heavy mineral deposits on that. And you can very readily find the contact between the Macabeng and those fluvial deposits. So if you start walking up those Inselbergs, you get towards the lower third of it, and sooner or later, you come from this nice fine-grained Macabeng aeolian deposit, and you start picking up these huge cobbles. So this is the very contact between the Macabeng and the Magoloquena Formation. And you can see that it's also channelized, that it's cutting in quite a steep layer down, steep boundary down into there. So that's a conglomerate-filled channel, the remains of one. This would tend to make me think that maybe this is a disconformity, that there's some sort of gap between the Macabeng Formation and the Magoloquena Formation, and the Macabeng during that time gap lithified and was then exhumed. And only then did the Magoloquena Formation start getting preserved on top of the Macabeng Formation. So maybe this would suggest that there's a bit of a gap in our story about climate change, that part of the story is missing, because otherwise it's a very sudden shift from aeolian conditions to fully fluvial conditions, to the point where you're carrying 20, 30 centimeter diameter cobbles downstream. This is a little bit further north, one of the more northerly outcrops of the Macabeng Formation, and this complicates the story a bit more. This is also the contact between the Magoloquena Formation above. You can see the sandstone is much coarser in the top part of that image, and then the more fine-grained, beautifully laminated Macabeng Formation below. And what really confuses me about this is that if you look about 30, 40 centimeters below the actual contact with the Macabeng with the Magoloquena Formation, you have this set of very fluvial-looking cobbles. And how exactly these have become entrained within the Macabeng Formation and then were followed by windblown sand again, giving you these finely laminated sandstones again, this is adding a little bit of complexity to the story. So this I think, is fighting against that disconformity model, that maybe this really is a very sudden shift in climate between aeolian to fluvial conditions. So there's certainly a really interesting story that's showcased by the rocks of this Macabeng area. We've heard a fair bit this morning about paleontology, and you might think that I'm talking about the Paleoproterozoic Aeolian strata, that I couldn't possibly get onto the topic of paleontology, but I am. This is one of the cliffs on the edge of the Cuesta, and you can see there's a bit of a break running about in the lower third of this cliff. That's where we see Playa Lake deposits and interdume deposits. And while we were up there about 25 years ago, Pat Erickson found these really interesting fossils. They are the size and shape of Cuban cigars, expensive Cuban cigars, where you have those where the tobacco in the middle is rolled in a big tobacco leaf. This obviously isn't tobacco at all. These are mud laminations. And if you look very carefully at those mud laminations, they are rolled over and over and over. Now, mud will do that when it dries up. If you look at any puddle that's had mud in it and the water has dried up, and as the mud desiccates, it will start to curl. But usually mud will only curl about 180 degrees. In other words, it'll curl into a U shape. And then there's so much curvature and there's so much tension on the outer surface of that desiccating mud that it'll just fall apart. If you look at these, though, they're going way beyond 120 degrees of rotation. In fact, if you follow them, I've just highlighted it with a yellow dashed line, there's about 720 degrees of rotation of this very, very fine, less than a millimeter thick lamina of mud. So something is holding this mud together, stopping it from fragmenting as it desiccates and allowing it just to keep desiccating and drying and curling. So you get this extreme amount of curvature on this desiccating mud. And the only thing that Pat Erickson could think of that would form this would be as if there was a cyanobacterial film growing on it. Cyanobacteria will tend to hold their substrate together and stop it from falling apart so much. So you might think, well, what's so exciting about that? I mean, the evidence for cyanobacteria goes back considerably more than 2 billion years. So why should we be so excited? Well, remember that this is in a fully terrestrial environment in the Macabeng Formation. So if you want a bit of wow factor about what these Macabeng strata represent, you could say, well, a bit further south, we've got the cradle of humankind. This is the first evidence for life forming in a terrestrial environment. This is the cradle of life on Earth, if you like. Very small, very difficult to interpret, but nevertheless, we think that the importance of the Macabeng Formation is that it's the oldest reported evidence for life in a really harsh environment, not in shallow marine conditions, not even in fluvial conditions, but in a playa lake that's going to be drying out frequently during, well, almost on a diurnal basis. And yet somehow these cells had managed to adapt and evolve to the point where they could thrive in such a harsh environment. So we really do think this is something special. I promised you a more sort of holistic model of how all of this fits in with the Limpopo Belt. This is from my PhD longer ago than I care to remember. You can see that at about 2.03 billion years, there was a fair amount of tectonic events that have been recorded within the Limpopo Belt. And so we would have had an orogenic event producing mountains up to the north of this area. And you can see that some of the really old sediments have been tilted and overturned. And then the Macabeng Formation and then the Magolaquena Formation on top of that seem to be onlapping northwards over those Limpopo Mountains. So the Macabeng Formation peters out to the north, and the Magolaquena Formation keeps going a little bit, but then peters out a few tens of kilometers further north from the Macabeng Formation. So you can nicely see that that onlapping relationship preserved. This, incidentally, would also account for those paleocurrent directions that I presented earlier. We saw everything, all of those river currents flowing down from the south. So you can see how that would fit in with this tectonic model. If you're not into sedimentology, a little bit of structural geology to keep you amused, I want to talk about this relationship between these folded Bloberg rocks and the Magolaquena Formation rocks. In my model here, you can see that this is a really nice angular unconformity. And I challenge anybody to show me a more spectacular unconformity than this one. This is the Bloberg Formation, which is very, very old Waterberg, which got entrained into that deformation within the Limpopo Belt. And you can see that that's dipping vertically there. So that's maybe actually even a little bit overturned. And then running just past my knees there, there's the unconformity itself. You can see the basal conglomerate. And then these rocks here of the Magolaquena Formation, that's perfectly horizontal. So that's an absolutely perfect perpendicular angular unconformity. And that's only a few kilometers north of the Macabeng Cuesta. So there's a lot going on, real textbook stuff, and a very interesting story that the Macabeng area is showing us. So yeah, these are the points that I've been trying to make during the course of my little talk here. I just want to stress that you hardly ever see aeolian deposits preserved anywhere on Earth, and these ones are superb despite their very, very great age. There's that the fact that this is a wet desert, that there must have been considerable rainfall, but still the desert conditions persisted for a long time despite that enhanced rainfall because of the lack of vegetation. Yeah, we feel that this would certainly make perfect criteria to make it a geopark, and is certainly worthy of consideration for that. So yeah, I hope that I've inspired you that these little known areas, especially areas like the Macabeng Cuesta, really are worth paying a visit to. Superb for geotourism. It's just a stunning area. There's one last little picture there of how it looks that Kathy sent to me. Yeah, what a great place. Thanks very much for listening.
Thank you so much. Fascinating, Prof. Bambi, for that fascinating presentation. Really love that. And showing some great, like you said in your title, and appreciated geoheritage, and I believe that a lot of people wouldn't have known about Mahapeng before today, and thankfully we organized this meet and greet, and here we are discovering new stuff together. Colleagues, we do have time for a few questions and comments for.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to Professor Bambi for doing the presentation. You know, the geology is just incredible, and so is the archaeology and the botany. You know, it's just, I think it's the crown jewel of the treasure box that was spoken about before. So, and we need to know about this area, and we need to actually take measures to protect it and to work with the community that is there. You know, from a botanical point of view, I've never seen such huge marula trees. They really confuse me. And somehow that must be related to, you know, the story of the Mahapeng.
Just on that, Dr. The local communities there, are there any sort of, or even municipality, is there any sense of appreciation of what do they really have there? Because, I mean, this is really fascinating, and this is the story that we're saying as South Africans we need to tell, and the local people need to appreciate. Do you have any kind of knowledge of how the local?
Yeah, so Jonas Slomo, you can find him on YouTube. He has been a cultural heritage guide in the area for many years, and he worked with a famous archaeologist, Ed Eastwood, and he's actually employed with the Blouberg local municipality. You know, there's also a group of young people that are now starting to do adventure hikes into the mountains, but obviously we need the likes of John Roth to come and train them, you know, so that they know actually how special it is. You know, years ago, Wits did an article where, you know, their research actually interviewed people to see, do they actually realize the significance, the world significance of this site? And of course, people didn't really understand. They did have spiritual and sacred links to the area. So there's a lot of initiation sites, and there's a lot of traditional healers and so on. But I think people don't realize that they can actually market it as something special. So, you know, that all still needs to be done.
So there's a lot of potential there. Prof. Bambi, there's just a comment here says it looks like you need an information board for somewhere up there. There's another comment that is sort of a question from Rob Mill. He says, great presentation, Adam. Can you please let us know what overnight venues are available for a visit?
Yeah, it's pretty remote. I think, Kathy,
Yeah.
There are campsites there. I guess those are commercially available, are they?
So there's a campsite. You know, one could do a day trip and then stay over at the Mahapeng Lodge. But you need a 4x4. It's not an easy place to get to. And I see Janice has pasted the Mahapeng Adventures group on the comments, so you can look at that.
All right. Thank you so much. I think I have a hand from Marcia. Don't know, Marcia and Malik. I don't know who was first. Perhaps I'll start with Marcia. You can go ahead.
Thank you. And for hanging in and coming to the party. It was wonderful. Exactly what it was difficult for us to understand, get the sort of gravity of this thing. But now you've really made it very clear. And in talking to you before, when I was wondering if we could join you there for the weekend. Yes, it is remote, but I mean, for anybody who wants to get out there, it's a perfect place, actually. But as you said, you can even take some water and maybe a shower along, something like that, and you're good. But I mean, that's something that we like doing, and that's probably protecting the place at the moment. But of course, the local community can think what to do, how to preserve it, and how to get the most of it. With the real geotourists, that want to be there, out there. savoring it all. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Masha. Bali, you can come in.
Thank you, Prof. Bandi, for that presentation. Prof. Bandi was my professor too in the university, by the way. So this is what I meant in the beginning when I spoke of Blight River Canyon. What was said is needed for an area to be regarded as a geopark was that it should possess geological heritage of international scientific value. And what was just depicted now is exactly that. What we have at the Blight River Canyon, what we know, what we see is the potholes, which are not exactly unique to that area. They can be found somewhere else. So we need that type of research that can point out something that is unique, such as what Prof has just shown us just now. So basically, this is what was needed. Thank you so much, Prof.
Pleasure, Mbali.
Thank you so much, Mbali. Any comment, Prof? Last comments? Okay, great. Thanks, colleagues. I think this was our last presentation for this session.
So my name is Leonard Gardner. I'm the current chair of the Geoheritage Committee of the Western Cape, GSSA. Just a little bit about me. I have a background in diamond exploration for about 20 years in that field, and then I moved into project management, more in terms of managing and coordinating GIS projects, GIS implementation projects. I joined the Geoheritage Committee in 2006 at the time when there was the focus was on updating and digitizing the existing booklets and posters. And as you'll see as we go through the slides, there were a number of booklets and posters that were created, but these were physical booklets. When they came around to updating them, we realized that there was a bit of a problem. And so we decided to digitize them and then update at the same time. Okay, so moving on. The structure of this talk this afternoon is going to be we've broken up into the different members of the Geoheritage Committee who will give presentations on their projects and very briefly. I'm going to be talking about Cameron's project, the Geodesy app and data, because Cam's unfortunately not available for this meeting. Okay, so how did it start? The Geoheritage Committee was formed in 1990 during the Geo Congress. There was some emphasis on geoheritage at the time. Some of the field trips and talks centered around geoheritage, and that's when the geosite brochures were produced, funded by Silman. They also manufactured and installed blocks for selected geosites in the region. What happened was there was a slight hiatus between 2000 and 2006, and the Geoheritage Committee was revitalized in 2006, and that's when I joined to look at digitizing and updating the brochures and posters that existed at the time. So how's it going? That digitization is finished now. The booklets are available on the Western Cape website. It's very easy to find, GSSA Western Cape or GSSA WC. What we also do is make sure that if the plaques are damaged or removed due to vandalism or in some cases roadworks, these are replaced. There are also additional geosite information was compiled in the form of posters. The notable one is in the Greenpoint Urban Park, which was manufactured and installed in collaboration with the City of Cape Town, Department of Recreation, Recreation and Recreation, but I'm sure you get what I mean. Other things that we do, provide and review content for signage, and really what we do is to continue doing these things and also liaison with other organizations and individuals. Notable example is the Overberg Geoscience group that John presented about earlier, Geoscience and Society, the National Division, and the Ezekiel Museum. And sometimes without too much success, we try to liaise with the South African Heritage Resource Agency. Then future plans are continue to facilitate geoheritage conversations in the Western Cape and beyond, actually. There's a lot happening in the country, and we will need to talk to one another to support and projects and activities with a geoheritage focus. Just to say that this session is about some of the projects that are going on in the Western Cape, and definitely not all of them. So anyone who is working on geoheritage related projects is very welcome to contact me, contact the Geoheritage group, get involved, and look for opportunities to collaborate. The challenge that really is one of the biggest things is that as a volunteer organization, there's always the problem of prioritizing with formal employment or studies. So it generally takes a backseat for when there are other commitments that people have. But in the Western Cape, we do have a very active group, and you'll hear from some of the members of the Geoheritage Committee as we go through this. Also, the other challenge that we've experienced is cooperation with local and regional authorities. The upgrades to the Sea Point Contact Precinct took years to get done, and it was only due to the tireless campaigning of Dr. John Rogers, who was just kept on badgering people at the city to replace the heritage plaques that existed there and that I do away. But it does mean communicating with a number of organizations. So yeah, we managed to get that done, mainly due to the Darwin 200 events that happened around there. One of the events was a visit to the Sea Point Contact. That is basically it for the work that we do. As I say, that's just a very brief intro, and each of the project leaders will be giving their input after I'm done with Cam's presentation. So, what I wanted to do, I'll ask is that if we could queue all the comments and questions for at the end of this session, so that we can just go through these presentations and keep the flow going. Okay, so moving on to the Geodesy data and mobile app or the Geodesy project. This is something that was started by if I remember correctly, Wendy Taylor, who's present today, Cameron Penn Clark, and Lachelle Gosling. This initiative is basically to, as Cam says, to put the geology and geological information into a web map, so readily accessible via the internet, but also importantly accessible on a mobile phone. So how this started, it began in 2020 during lockdown, and the people that I mentioned earlier. The goal of the project is to put the geological information in the palm of your hand, as freely available and easy to use interactive app. What this doesn't say, and what it actually does, the prototype at least, is enable you to look at the geological information in juxtaposition with other information that may be available, like the hiking trails and other points of interest from other maps. So it's a way, the GIS is basically a way of combining the information and making it available, including adding links to any other information that might be available on the internet, like papers or presentations and anything that's available on there. But we'll talk more about that later. So startup funding was provided, first of all, by the GSSA Western Cape branch, but also the 35 IGC Legacy Fund. How's it going? The proof of concept mobile app was developed with the ArcGIS App Studio platform in partnership with a company called Forge SA. Now, Forge SA do hiking trails, and this is why we are able to put the two together. The proof of concept basically is just the Western Cape. So it was just the geology of the Western Cape and the geosite data plus points of interest. So then the project is the data capture project is carrying on, although the application, the mobile app, hasn't kept pace due to the time when the App Studio platform was terminated by Esri Inc. So they ended the support for the application in between sort of 2024 and 25. So it put the project basically on hold, and the future development depends on securing a new app developer. This is one of the challenges that this kind of project faces. So the Geodesy project currently survives as an interactive web map only, and the future direction is uncertain until that procuring of the developer for the mobile app. Right, plans for the future. What we're doing in the meantime, and I'm assisting Cameron with this project in terms of the GIS data, is to compile the existing geosite data into one GIS layer. And you can see on the right-hand side, there's some preliminary working diagrams of the work that I'm doing. The geological 1 in 250,000 geological map on the lower right, and some of the geosite data from different sources on top right. So we need to clean up that the various data sets There are some challenges in terms of the formats of the various data sets, but we need to address. But the plan is to publish this as a web map, and later, when the development is complete, a mobile app. We also need to address data governance issues. This is really about who owns the data, who updates it, what are the standards and protocols around data sharing, and so on. The challenges, obviously, dependency on software and developers. People come and go. Companies make unilateral decisions without consultation. The risk of lack of long-term support for software platforms, the cost of licensing and development and maintenance, and also the sustainability of hosting and software and data. And this is a point that Jan van Bever-Donker raised earlier in the talks. What happens if for example, in the case of geodesy, the app and data sets are hosted at Wits University. So what happens when CAB leaves Wits at some point? What happens then? So we do need to start the conversation of a central repository for these data. So then ownership and responsibility for data is obviously for medium and long term. Okay, so that's it from me. I've now got the challenge of switching from presenter to coordinator mode. So during the session, so bear with me while I find my feet. But the next speaker up is Wendy. I think I might have left you quite a lot of time for your presentation, so please feel free to take over the sharing and present your talk. Could you just give a quick intro of who you are and so on?
Sure. Can everybody hear me? I hope. Can you hear me, Len?
Yes.
Okay, great. Can you see my screen? I can't quite tell what you're looking at. So this is my first slideshow.
I've stopped sharing. I can see your slides. Thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Wendy Taylor. I am a local paleontologist here in Cape Town. I work at the University of Cape Town, Zico South African Museum, where I'm a museum associate. And I'm also a research associate at Arizona State University. And I've been with the Geoheritage Committee, since I got here almost about a year after in 2014. And I'm a transplanted American with my husband, Philip Janney. So I spend most of my time these days doing a little bit of research on early life ediacarans. I'm very interested in getting some research out there. But I also run a local nonprofit called Puppet Planet. It's an NPC that I founded in, about 2019 with seed funding from the Center of Excellence in the Paleosciences. They really got us going. But since then, we've been trying to expand our program. And it's all about doing science storytelling through puppetry and the arts. And again, trying to inspire young learners to get excited about the geosciences, which isn't hard to do because they love it. Let me see if I can get my slides to work here. Did it go to the second slide? Can you see that, Len? I'm hoping.
Yes.
Okay, great. And our approach is through STEAM, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics. And we're extremely focused in arts integration. We use multilingual approach. We do our science storytelling through lots of different types of arts. Science becomes
something that it's almost like an exploration through the arts, which seems to work really well. And here's just a little bit about our team, so you can learn about the program. We do most of the outreach for the Geoheritage Committee and for the GSSA Western Cape branch. I'm a geoscientist myself, as I mentioned, a paleontologist, but I work very closely with museum professionals at the Ezekiel Museum here in Cape Town, and also science educators like Tandi and Anton shown here. And so we all work in very close collaboration with a wonderful group of artists, performers, indigenous practitioners, musicians, and this is kind of our current core team. We've got illustrators and musicians, Pedro the Music Man, and all these people present our programs in a museum setting mostly. And the cool thing about the program, though, is that we also involve university science students as facilitators. And so hats off, thanks to the GSSA for an REI grant to help pay for these stipends. And we, for each one of our family programs, we do them about once or twice a month. We'll have between 15 and 30 geoscience students, science students that come and help work with the families and the visitors in this really rich arts environment. So here's just some pictures from some of our latest programs doing puppetry, and we also work not just with university students. We started a new program working with local science teachers as facilitators. And so here's our group of science ambassadors from local schools, and they are really fun to work with. And so the university students, the performers, the scientists, the teachers, we all work together to present these family programs in a museum setting. And I'll tell you a little bit about the program and how we present our programs, what we do. Everything is rooted in the geosciences, of course. It's a fabulous basic science that everybody's interested in, I think. And we do most of our program content centers on exploring biodiversity through time. Topics like the history of life, mass extinctions, climate change, but we also do a lot of content, and one of my favorite areas, which is planetary science and space exploration, and marine science around the kelp forests and conservation biology. So lots of different streams that we're developing. We're always tweaking our program and trying to find new ways to make it more immersive. How do we do that? One of the main ways we do it is by tapping into this amazing archive of specimens and research expertise that exists at museums. And we just happen to be lucky to sign a MOU and become a official partner of the Ezekiel Museums of South Africa. And this is our main hub. This is the ISAM. This is a South African museum here in Cape Town, and it's a natural history museum. It has a planetarium attached. As many of you have probably been there and seen it. It's really an amazing place. And in our programs, we look at this museum setting as kind of a core place for teaching and learning. And so we take our puppets, we take our activities, our programs right into the exhibits, right into the collections, into labs. Here's our puppets visiting Claire Browning in the Fossil Prep Lab. We do programs in the exhibits. This is the Crew Stones and Bones dinosaur exhibit. And so we're kind of trying to breathe life into these exhibits and tap into the collections. And if you go there now, if you going to the Karoo Paleontology exhibit, collections, you'll see our puppets right in the collection. So we're really proud of that close connection with the science and these wonderful archives that we can use for teaching. And we work with our artists. We have great illustrators that help us create materials that we can use in our programs. And we like to kind of look at it as exploring the geosciences or sciences through song and story. And how do we do this? We do it through mostly puppetry, performance, dance, outreach programs. And here's just some showing some of our puppetry. These are from our older shows, but we go out to SAAO, which is the Astronomical Observatory, and we're partnering with that organization as well. But it's a great way to get kids excited about the sciences and get them kind of learning about these topics through play and through performance. And here's just some more pics of some of our programs. This is our show, Tandy Finds a Fossil. We have two core characters, Tandy and her dog Ulhis. And we've got a new space puppets called exoplaneteers. And so these are robots that are exploring other planets. And it's kind of our new area of going into planetary science and space exploration. As you know, South Africa's got an incredible legacy in these topics as well, and in these great new programs. And just to give you an idea of how we do this, so we do it mostly through hands-on exploration with using natural objects. Here's Anton van Wyck in the Discovery Room at Azico that we also hold some of our programs in. We have connections with researchers, Rock Doc, and Meet a Scientist are regular parts of our family programs, as well as music with Pedro the Music Man. Show here, we do indigenous instruments, and we're building a series of lithophones from rocks from different places. And also the making activities, arts and crafts that we sort of weave into our all our activities. And I'll show you some of the activities that we do. These are excavation blocks. We've got a fossil dig, and just showing you here in the video what some of our programs look like. This one's taking place right in an exhibit. This is the Azico Discovery Room, which is connected to that exhibit. And just a great way to get kids immersed, and a very family-focused program too. And I can talk a little bit more about that in a minute. But again, showing you just some of the activities that we showcase is painting rocks, stencils. We have different types of digs, one archaeology one and one fossil dig where the learners dig up fossil casts and paint them. We do puppet making and even science origami, which is really fun. So this is Ayanda, one of our collaborators and facilitators from Origami for Africa. And so we work with lots of different activities and crafts kind of in the programs. Two things I would like to mention just kind of as I'm finishing up here, the new family-focused science club for kids that we started last year. This is called, look out, Kids for Collections. And it is promoting heritage education, inspiring deeper geoscience learning as part of these workshops that we do, what gives the students learners and families a chance to explore topics in more detail. Like we've done some of the workshops on dinosaurs. We have a Raptor Ranger part of the club that we kind of launched last year. And so we do some dinosaur programs and lots of stuff around collections. So sometimes we actually bring the students right into the collection. So, and we were also working with museum professionals at Saituna and Cebu from the Azico Museum and Crew Paleo. But the cool thing is that it involves families, and we activate the students and teachers as facilitators. So we might have maybe 15 learners or 20 learners that come to a program, one of these workshops, and 60 people come because it's mom, dad, grandparents, cousins. And so it's a really neat kind of family-based immersive experience that they can do together, which we want to continue to do more. And lastly, one program I wanted to mention was we just received a little bit of money to start building rock puppets, which I've been wanting to do for years. And we've starting a new puppetry program on the rock cycle and the formation of Table Mountain, and also Cape Peninsula geology. And so trying to also weave in indigenous knowledge as part of these programs. And our rocks we call them wisdom keepers, and they carry these amazing stories about Earth life through time. So we just want to find ways to share these stories and get kids excited. So that's a new program. We're busy making the first prototype rock puppets right now. There's just some design docs here showing you. Hopefully they're going to be good. And in order to do all this, we are so grateful to have your attention and your help, and all these wonderful organizations and individuals that have helped support our program. And we are just so grateful for that kind of support. And I just wanted, I'm sure I'm forgetting somebody here, but thanks to so many people who make this possible. And I'm just going to leave on this note. This is just a quick little video, a minute and a half of one of our programs on the kelp forest, just showing you sort of how we set up in the exhibits and how we integrate the arts into what we do. Just let it play for a minute, and then I'll let them take over. Could say questions for that. We try to make, we have a lot of game-like setup too. So we have like a search and find, we have identification games, and the kids can earn tokens, and then the knowledge that they have becomes sort of like its own currency, and they can trade for rock and minerals and fossil casts, and it's all taking place here at the Eco Museum, one of the exhibits. That's it.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wendy.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop now. Thanks so much, everybody.
Thanks very much, Wendy.
Yeah. There, I'll stop sharing.
Really great work. It's always great to see what's happening in those space. Could we move quickly on to Dylan?
My name's Dylan. I'm from the Umvodo Foundation, which is a non-profit associated with Umvodo. And Umvodo is a mainly groundwater consultancy, groundwater geoscience consultancy based in Muizenberg in Cape Town. So during my day job, I'm the principal geologist at Umvodo, and when I get some spare time, which isn't much nowadays, but when we have free time, one of my interests is geoheritage. And the Umvodo Foundation is a non-profit we have linked to Umvodo, where we do various community outreach and community work linked to everything with the environment, water, earth science, etc. So yeah, we kind of run the geoheritage stuff that we do under the Umvodo Foundation, because obviously it's not a big pain aspects of work. And what I'll be presenting are just some of the hydro geoheritage initiatives that we have undertaken in the Western Cape. Those pictures you see, the one is the Haley Hutchison Dam on the top of Table Mountain, and on the right is just a high-yielding borehole in Hermanus in the Gateway Wellfield. So obviously, during the course of today, we've mainly spoken about geoheritage linked to mining and geological features, etc. But one of the more overlooked aspects of geoheritage is hydrogeology, from groundwater and hydrology. And it's quite an important aspect because, as we know, water in all its forms has played a critical role in the development of Earth and the shaping of its landforms. And getting water or accessing water has been the core reason for the establishment of most of human settlements on Earth. And tracking that settlement's water supply, evolution of its water supply, and history of its development across the Holocene provides an excellent tool to teach the public about human interactions with the Earth and our shared future with the changing climate going forward. So it's kind of like using water can be a gateway to help the general public understand the Earth and geoheritage a bit more. And a lot of these historical water supply systems also reflect quite amazing engineering feats of the time, and still form important cultural heritage features. I mean, the fact that if most people know that there's actually 5 dams sitting on top of Table Mountain, and the history behind how those got there in the late 1800s is quite amazing. So basically, what we've done is set up the ones finished and the ones in the process, but 2 self-guided walking trails with associated guidebooks and mobile apps or layers. in areas of the Western Cape with rich water supply histories and hydrogeological heritage. So the one that's being completed, and I'll show you some pictures of it now, is the Table Mountain Dams Trail in Cape Town. And that was done using some funding from the 35th RGC Legacy Fund and our parent consulting company, Vodo. And then the one that we're busy working, still trying to finish in association with the Overbig Geosciences group, is the Hermanus Water Walk in Hermanus, obviously. And the surface and groundwater systems that both these trails cover have an inherently unique link with Water Vision to the Vanian Table Mountain group, which John showed some cool pictures of earlier in this presentation, and the associated major fractured aquifer system that you get with the TMG. And like I said just now, that's kind of getting people to understand where their water comes from also helps them get a greater appreciation and understanding and feeling of ownership for the natural history of the city and region they're in, and hopefully get them to try to strive to preserve the associated hydrological, hydrogeological, and cultural heritage. Like the one thing I note when we were doing this work for the Table Mountain Dams Trail, what I realized was how many people from, say, 10 years ago, when I walked up the top of the Table Mountain from the back table, to now, how many more people actually hike in Table Mountain, and it's people of all races in Cape Town. And I think it's a good way to get people to better understand their environment.
Dylan, sorry, I need to chivvy you along because you still got Charles to go.
I'm almost done. I'll just show the pictures with me.
Right.
So yeah, this is just showing the pictures of the guidebook we did, with just some of the co-authors. So it's basically an A5 booklet, and it goes through the geology, the construction history of the dams, and the climatology that's leading to climate change and impacting on droughts going forward. This is just showing the trail. So there's a fold-out map in the guidebook, and there's also a picture of the geology, and then linked to the hardcover guidebook, which can also be downloaded for free off the internet. We also have the trails linked to two online apps, which can be downloaded for free, and these are internationally used hiking apps, so Outdoor Active and the Venza, so they're free for anyone to download. And then going forward, we're trying to just get the same thing finished for the Hermanus Water Walk. We have done some work already with the Overbig Geosciences group as part of the 2023 Geo Congress, where there's a little field guide. We're going to do a similar thing for the hydrogeological heritage of Hermanus. And last slide is just that we weren't involved in this, but there is other hydrogeoheritage work that has been done in South Africa, specifically by Professor Matthias de Pinaar in the University of Pretoria. So if you look on the Water Research Commission website, there's two books he did on, or online booklets he did on the hydrogeological heritage of Cape Town and Pretoria. So these are some links that you can get from when this presentation is shared, which has a more detailed overview of the guidebook, and where you can download the guidebook for free as well as the atlas. Thanks.
So thanks, Len. I'm busy with, I'm at the University of the Western Cape. I'm working together closely with Jan van Bever-Donker and Henok Solomon, who does our stats for the educational part of things. So how this all started was Jan van Bever-Donker already started recording various geosites in 2017, including in the Tankwa Karoo, and the work of Leander, who's going to be presenting after us. We basically kind of building on that. So the idea initially was to help with geoeducation. Increasingly large class sizes makes it really difficult to take students into the field. So Jan was looking for a different way of doing this. And obviously a lot of these field sites are of incredible geoheritage significance. Right, so that's basically kind of where it started off. I then joined in 2024 as part of a postdoctoral project, and that has been continuing and it's going through now probably to the end of next year. So how do we do this? Well, we've got to choose a site of significance, which we call Geoscience. So there is, for example, a site which is included in Alex du Toit's original Geology of South Africa book. We then need to get an expert to come and explain to us what's going on in the field. You might recognize John Rogers there, to come explain to us what's the key features in the field, which we then record. So in the field, we gather our data using an Apple iPhone with a lavalier microphone and a kind of a hobby level drone. We go back to the office and we put together our virtual tours using a range of different software programs, which we then publish on the e-learning platform called Ecanva of the University of the Western Cape at the moment. Right, so just these are just screenshots of some of our virtual tours. This one was used for the 2026 honors class to basically prepare them before their field trip. So each one of these little hotspots either links to a video. We recorded Dr. Petri Prince, for example, explaining the Sea Point contact during the Darwin celebrations earlier. When was that? Last year. Time flies. Anyway, and then there's links to various resources that the students can have a look at, including 3D models and scientific papers and so on. We've also developed virtual tours covering the Laingsburg Karoo area, where again we are focusing on sites of educational significance as well as geohistorical significance. So just looking at this as a screenshot of a 360-degree image. So you can pan around here, again, clicking on different links. There's a little map in the top right-hand corner which shows you where you are, and a bit of extra information, sort of generalized information on the top left. And all of the tour nodes are at the bottom, and you can click through them there. So just for an example, there's this. Sorry, you're rushing me on.
Sorry, Charles, we're running quite slim on time. There's not going to be time for any questions. Can you wrap up?
I'll wrap up. Okay. All right. So this is just an example. We want to, in the future, focus more on geoheritage aspects, outreach and so on. There's just a 3D model there, the Cederberg Maltese Cross. We also want to use these models to do some in-depth analysis, because it's one thing having these models, but it's another thing using them for geoeducation. Yeah, in terms of challenges, just getting this data is sometimes difficult, flying the drone and that kind of thing over large areas. We've got much bigger models. We've just been there this last weekend to Cape Columbine. Challenging stuff. There are some links to our existing tours. Just send me a mail. You'll need this Garden Gnome viewer to view them, which you need to download first. Yeah, and I think that's about it.
Thank you, Charles.
So good afternoon, everyone. So today I'll be presenting what was my master's research on a topic that brings together technology, geoscience, and education. So over the next few minutes, I'll walk you through the introduction, the geological overview of the study area, turbidite flows, the methodology I used, the virtual tour, field school, and then the conclusion. So let's begin by addressing the question, what are virtual field trips? So virtual field trips try to show a particular location through a combination of data without the requirement of having to be physically there. So why are the FTs needed in the first place? So traditionally, as we all know, fieldwork is an essential part of geoscience education, but several factors make it difficult to provide every student with meaningful experience. So some of these factors include increasing student numbers, which make it logistically difficult to manage large groups effectively. Also, the cost of field trips is also a major limitation. Accessibility is also a concern for people with health conditions because they are often excluded, not by intent, but by the design of field excursions. So the COVID-19 pandemic triggered the thought of how field education could be delivered. So then this study evaluated the effectiveness of having VFTs presented to students before they embark on a physical field trip. So in essence, VFTs are not here to replace traditional fieldwork, but to complement and enhance it by improving familiarity with the site, with the geological sites. Well, the study area of the VFTs is in the Tankwa Karoo, which is located 200 kilometers away from Cape Town in the southwestern portion of the Karoo Basin. So the focus of the study is in the Skorstenberg Formation, which is part of the Eka group within the larger Karoo supergroup. So the Skorstenberg Formation would be shown in a three-dimensional diagram of how the taberites will be deposited. So this area exposes 5 well-preserved deepwater taberite fens that span 640 square kilometers. So the Karoo supergroup was deposited during the late Carboniferous to early Jurassic periods and covers about 2/3 of South Africa. But let's take a closer look at why the Tankwa Karoo. It is internationally recognized as an example of deepwater submarine fen systems that usually develop into hydrocarbon reservoirs. So these types of systems are incredibly important in petroleum geology because they often form reservoir components. Well, the Tankwa Karoo is also regularly visited by international oil companies and was a key destination for students, which at the time was for the honors field school at UWC. So these deepwater structures allow students to study reservoir characteristics such as porosity, permeability, and heterogeneity, as well as facies characterization to distinguish between the different depositional environments and the overall depositional setting of the areas. So before we go fully virtual, it's important to understand one of the key geological processes that the VFT tries to represent. So taberites are deposits formed underwater by underwater gravity-driven flows that are triggered by slope failure or seismic activity. So this flow simulation here was used as a conceptual and visual tool to better understand how these sedimentary structures develop over time. So these kinds of models are important because they simplify the geological processes and make them tangible for students to understand. So when considering virtual field trips for geoscience disciplines, spatial scale is of crucial importance and must be taken into consideration. So all of these are the sites that the VFTs were created for. And some of these sites are more than 10 kilometers away from each other. So here is a workflow for constructing the virtual field trip. So the process begins with field visits to the Tankwa Karoo, where high resolution photographs, 360-degree images, drone shots, 3D models, and videos of the field instructor were all taken. Then all of the material was then processed and integrated into the Pano 2 VR software. So the final product of the VFT was made to be compatible across platforms by having it viewable via web links, and then a presentation of the VFT and the background geology was then given to the students before they could go on the field excursion. So what you're seeing here is a digital representation of the Tankwa Karoo. So I encourage everyone to think of it as a guided, immersive experience, just like in the field, but from your screen. So we have 3D models here that are part of the components of the virtual field trips. And then we have multi-image panoramas that are annotated with lines and polygons to highlight the important features of an image. So having these images labeled reduces the uncertainty that would otherwise occur in a group setting. So here's a screenshot from one of the VFT sites of a 360-degree image. So the buttons at the bottom center there help you to navigate the site. and you can move in between different parts of the site by clicking on each of these images. And when you hover over a hotspot, you are shown a preview of what you can see next with labels as part of the preview. Then if you click on that button over there, then you'll go in that direction to see what's on that other side. So there are also embedded YouTube videos of explanations at some of the sites where the field instructor explains what happens at that particular site. So here is just to show how you can zoom into the picture while maintaining the high quality of the high resolution images. And then here we have overview drone videos that show a site from an aerial view. And these are now multi-image panoramas different from the 360 view images. So for instance, if you click on this hotspot over there, then you'll get an information panel that describes what happens at this particular part of the site. And then if you click on that hotspot over there, then you're shown a different part of the image, which is a zoomed in picture of that area over there. So all of these hotspots would show you information about the geology of the area, zoomed in pictures, or whatever information is relevant to that particular site. And so the virtual field trip was integrated into the curriculum during the annual honors field trip in 2022. So the results were both encouraging and insightful. Many students reported feeling more confident because they were already familiar with the geological layout of the area and the types of structures they would be observing. So the feedback confirmed that the virtual field trips are valuable educational enhancements. So to conclude, virtual field trips are a powerful complement to our traditional field schools because they create educational environments that are accessible to students. They also allow for repeated visits to the sites. They preserve the sensitive geological sites. They also open opportunities for diverse audiences, such as people who would be abroad or a different town from where you would be presenting from. However, creating these virtual field trips requires significant time and effort, and factors such as the weather and lighting conditions can impact the visual experience. So in essence, VFTs are a powerful addition to geoscience education. Let me see. I think since we have time, I will try and visit one of the sites. So here is one of the examples of the sites that we visited. So if you click here, then you can visit the different parts of the virtual field tour here, and then when you click there, that you are able to see the information available about that particular part of the area. So here, let me go back here. So here you'd be able to see drone footages of the sites that you visit for each of the different VFT locations. And then these are some of the annotated images of the virtual field tour. So you would have, if you want to, then you go back using the back button there, or you would use the next button at the other end of the page. So here it takes you to a different part of the field tour. The page is annotated. So when you hover over a hotspot, then you're able to see information available about that part of the area. And then here is the name of the geology they see there. And then here, some of the annotated parts of the virtual tour. But also you can zoom in while keeping good quality of the image. And that's all. Thank you.
Lawrence, do you want to go ahead?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Luyanda, for a very, very interesting presentation. I like to just bring in a little caveat, and I'm speaking from other portfolios that I hold as national chairperson of the Densa Entrepreneurship Educators Program. And one of the things, the agenda we drive is the whole concept of wheel. And if you look at wheel modalities, we've now introduced, given the journey we've had so far with COVID and the like, simulations as one of the wheel modalities. And the argument is that for us in the geosciences, there should be a way out, and that's what you've articulated so well. How would you respond, Luyanda, to someone who says virtual platforms, tours, or simulations only enhance the theoretical aspect of teaching and learning and still do not give students that full experience as they would have expected in the field? How would you respond to such comments, Luyanda?
Well, that comment is true because the VFT in the first place was never meant to replace the field excursions. So it is only to help assist, and in conditions where people cannot visit the sites, then also they are an alternative to going to on a field excursion. So I'd agree with them because with geology, you need to touch, smell. Sometimes people lick rocks to understand what's going on. So I'd have to agree.
And just a quick follow-up then, with the way the trend is now, tomorrow is AI. And just to add that, with the number of students that we are compelled to take as universities, shouldn't we be advocating or looking at ways of enhancing this virtual experience? Others have done it elsewhere in the movie sector. Don't you think there is room for us and for you coming up in this area, Luyanda, to improve that experience for our students so that the numbers game, in quotes, that plagues the university system does not also limit or compromise teaching and learning? How would you respond to that? Thank you.
So I feel like I've also attended some people's virtual field tours that are better than mine. So I feel like there's more room for improvement. And I think collaboration would have projects like this work even better for students. And I understand when you say large numbers, a bit of a problem in the field. So, yeah.
Thank you. Great stuff to you and Prof. Your supervisory team. Thank you very much.
Good. Thank you very much for that. Are there any other questions? Kudani, there was a message from Jan saying, could we ask Charles to share his 3D image of the granites of the Cape Columbine?
Okay, so this is actually just the online version of this 3D model. So this is not actually part of the presentation itself. So this just gives you an idea of what we've managed to do, flying the drone back and forth around some of the rocks at Cape Columbine. So this is really good resolution that we've managed to get here, and what we want to now do next. So this is hosted at the moment on this platform called V3 Geo, is for students to measure these fracture patterns, to recognize differences between the A and the I-type granites which are in this area, and obviously to go down into the field and then to go and ground truth these things. So on this platform, you can do simple things like you can measure distances, but that's kind of limited. We want to take this kind of model and put it into this program called LIME, which will then allow us to measure, things like planes and orientations of things like faults and dikes, strikes and dips, and that kind of thing. So I can even increase the model quality there, because it just makes render a little bit slower, but just give you an idea of the amount of detail that we can get. Oops, I've gone a bit too deep there, but this kind of gives you an idea of what we are busy with.
This is a model which has been generated by flying the drone at a fixed height of about 5 meters above the surface, and do it once east-west and once north-south with the camera in vertical position, and then the same again with the camera in 70-degree position. And it is about, I don't know how many thousands of photographs have been taken in that way. But it allows you to really get a good grip on the relief of that area, the structures, the rock types. You can see the contact as a sharp line in places. Of course, when we render it from this web V3 Geo, it requires the individual sections to focus, and that's why it is a bit slow to show it. When you show it on your computer yourself, it is quite different, but the resolution is quite impressive, and it's a tremendously powerful tool to do it, but it takes oodles of space, and that's why you can't show this on a phone, because you can't put half a terabyte on a phone to show it. I hope this helps.
Okay, thanks very much for that. There is one question from Wiseman, and I think that Jan, either you or Shah can respond to that, and some of the positive aspects of virtual field tours or field trips and students, and the work that you've done in evaluating the potential improvement of student results.
So what we've done is we've tested the efficacy of these virtual field trips, both with first-year students and with a third-year student cohort. So but we did it in a slightly different manner. So with the first-year students, we were basically still starting out with this idea. So they had the introductory lectures about the specific subject. This was the ESC 111 module. Then they were tested to basically ascertain their baseline knowledge. They were then shown the virtual tour, and then immediately afterwards tested again. And those results showed a almost 36% increase in test scores. But that is obviously really short-term memory. So we then tested a group of third-year students, where we showed them where we also tested them before showing them the virtual field trips. We then showed them the trip in the class. They then had access to the virtual tour for a week on their computers, and then they were tested again. And their marks were even more impressive, with an average post-VFT test scores of almost 42% higher. Those findings have obviously gone through rigorous statistical analyses, and that's where our colleague Henok Solomon came in. And we are actually, and there's the key findings summarized in that slide there. And we're busy writing up these results now for publication in a journal of the Lyle collection. I think it's called ES3. It's Earth Systems and Society or something like that. So that just proves that we're actually busy with it. There's some pictures of the students in the field at Laingsburg at the moment.
My name is Jan de Funk.
I'm at the Evolutionary Studies Institute at WITS, an associate, and also at the African Center for Coastal Paleosciences at Nelson Mandela University. I have been involved with Dr. Charles Helm's research for a number of years. I supervised his PhD. It's been an amazing project of discovery, especially in the Pleistocene. We dabbled in the Pliocene, and he's also made good work in in the Robberg Formation, for instance, dinosaur trackways, etc. I would like to introduce the story and then get to the thread on, how we can move forward in, conservation initiatives, possibly, or education initiatives to the public on how to inform them and protect these sites. So, Kodani, if you don't mind, there's quite a few slides, but many of them are just a couple seconds. So, if you don't mind being the next slide man for me for the presentation, I'd appreciate it. Okay, so the primary investigator is Charles Helm. He's a medical doctor in northern British Columbia, Tumbler Reach, and his wife Linda is always with him and has been discovering a bunch of these sites herself. Okay, this is where they live, Tumbler Reach, British Columbia. Next slide. Helm's interest started with his son Daniel going down a river in Tumbler Reach with his friend with a tube, stopping along the side of the river, discovering some things that looked like tracks, showing his father, and that's where it started. The area eventually exploded with finds where even the mayor, yes, our MP, joins us at our dinosaur track sites, where this has evolved into a tourist attraction for night tours and day tours. Next slide, please. Which further evolved into an interpretation center, if you'd like, of all the finds in the area. Eventually, it even evolved further, where the area was awarded as became a UNESCO geopark. And Tumbler Ridge was a mining town where the mining stopped and the town started dying. This project where Daniel found these tracks alongside the river ended up saving Tumbler Ridge through the tourism initiative, etc., that followed. A beautiful example of the success in geoheritage ecotourism. Okay, so obviously Charles Helm started being very interested in ethnology. He is from South Africa originally, matriculated Rondebosch High, studied medicine at UCT, comes back every year. They've got a house in Grootbrak River on the island. And he started looking into the literature on South African ethnology, picked up a paper by the late Dave Roberts on elephant tracks east of Still Bay in the Aeolianite formations of the Pleistocene, made contact, and they visited the site together. That is where the project started in South Africa. Sticking to dinosaurs, sorry, this is not my forte. I'm very involved with the Pliocene and Pleistocene stuff. However, I helped the Robberg Coastal Corridor Protected Environment Initiative with their Inqua Trail to get funding to sustain the conservancy. And with Fred van Berkel, a retired geologist, we found dinosaur tracks in the Robberg Formation between Plettenberg Bay and Knysna. And as you can see, beautiful big sauropods. And I wasn't involved in the publications because I have no knowledge in these older ethnology finds, and however, it was an amazing find. And it enriched the ethnology project of Charles Helm. There's a couple more on just the finds in the Robberg Formation. Okay, now we're moving on to our ethnology project in South Africa. just for a bit of background, the period of our discoveries is pretty much from around 160,000 years ago to about 30,000 years ago, and mostly glacial, partial glacial, with these dunes that have buffeted up the extant landscape, originating mostly from marine sediment of the now submerged Paleogalus plain. Okay, so just keep moving, Kodani. I just wanted to introduce the project. So many finds, extinct megafauna, shod hominin, amoglyphs made by people, rock rescues. So there was the need to protect these things, and we actually paid for a rock rescue of an amoglyph, which is a drawing made by a human 139,000 years ago, which possibly is the oldest symbolic rendering by our species. We've also employed indigenous master trackers from northeast Namibia to help us interpret these sites. We've had Tatenda Banda sent to Tracker Academy as part of our project. And I just wanted to actually talk about, we've had such a host of hominin sites throughout our project. There are more than 400 sites. Some are very near towns. The preservation of these sites, although some of them are ephemeral, would be something for discussion to ensure their preservation, and actually the balanced quest between exclusion and education, where you can either not show anything to people, or you can expose them to a certain extent to educate people of the importance of the conservation of these sites, who then possibly can educate others rather than defacing them with graffiti. I mean, there's a hominin site at Brenton that is completely defaced with graffiti. And I just thought that would be a very good point for discussion as part of the GeoHeritage webinar. Thank you very much. And thank you, Charles.
And I got a message from Kodani to say that there were some requests for to kick off the discussion, starting with Alan and moving on to Prof. Rubridge, and then Sarah Glynn and Alexandra Collette. So if in that order, if you could step up, please.
Thank you. So I was at Wits University for 30 years, and then I decided to, when I sort of reached retirement age, to come down to Graaf-Reinet, which is on this slide on the screen here, to set up a paleontological research center, largely because of my grandfather, who had discovered a whole lot of fossils in the area. Graaf-Reinet is also very rich in geological superlatives, like the Valley of Desolation on the left-hand side, and here De Turn and Tankesberg. And so it's an ideal place to set up a geosite. But this is the first fossil that my grandfather discovered, and he put together a rather valuable collection. And I wanted to make this available to the public because it's been in the farm for years. So I, with funding that I managed to obtain, I bought this building, which we then modified. It took quite a while to do, and we set up an exhibition like this. The idea was to do it around Graaf-Reinet superlatives in paleontology, but in order to do that, I needed to lead people up to the time of Graaf-Reinet. So we go through, on the left-hand side, various geological periods, the changes in life, and then this is Grandpa's fossil collection at the back, and in the front here are reconstructions, life-size reconstructions of the animals that are represented by those fossils. Graaf-Reinet is known particularly for its wealth of fossils, and we've got this display. This is a life-size animation, which is a whole theater of these animals moving around. It goes on for 7 minutes. It's a world first, and we won the National Geographic Prize last year for this. So this is just a new initiative that I set up in GraphNet. I want to now set up some places of geological interest, put up plinths to give public a feeling for that. So I just wanted to share that with you people today. Thank you. Thanks for the time. Thanks, Kodani.
Good. Thanks, Bruce. Wonderful installation you have there. I will be coming to visit you as soon as I can. Could we then, just in the interest of time, move on to Sarah Glynn?
This was just a flyer that we put together to explain who and what we are. So I'm from the School of Geosciences, and we've set up essentially a spin-off entity within the school called EarthQuest Solutions that is focused on sort of three main goals. So we are putting together analytical services, commercial analytical work, into commercial research with both government and industry partners, and to try and give our students a chance to work on some projects with them, and that would go towards them being able to do, for example, a master's or a PhD with funding from the partner. And of interest today, obviously, is the geoheritage and geotourism experiences that we are trying to offer. The John Roth actually partnered with us, and he showed one or two photos back with his presentation earlier this morning, where we were at Babanango Game Reserve in KZN. That was September last year, and pretty well attended, and we had a pretty good response from people there with interest, and based on that feedback, we decided to run a few more events this year. And the one that we have planned that's upcoming and in the works is on the 8th and 9th of August. We're doing a geoheritage field trip, urban geology of Joburg's field trip, around Joburg, looking at some sites of interest like Melville Koppie's Botanical Gardens, and then having a special exhibition at the Origin Center that will showcase some gold samples and things that we obviously have in our collections that are very valuable and we don't often get to display. So have a bit of a history of mining and heritage within South Africa and the foundation of Joburg as a city. So that's in the works. So we have a variety of things that we have planned, and it's still sort of early stages, but we're trying to partner with as many people and offer general public the opportunity to be interested in geoscience and geoeducation. So yeah, that's a little bit about us and what we're doing.
Yeah, great. Thank you very much. Then Alexander Collett.
My name is Alex. I'm here on behalf of Matt Mullins, who's been involved in a great deal of geoheritage work over the years, closely with the GSSA. And also on behalf of Michelle Duplessis, who's the Managing Director of the Field Guides Association of South Africa, which was brought up a number of times in some of the discussions with John Roth and with Patrick, just to chat briefly about some of the stuff that we have been working on to advance geotourism. So as many of us know, there's a decent portion of our national parks and game reserves which really fit the criteria to operate as geoparks. So with this in mind, our long-term vision was to see selected parks undergo the UNESCO Global Geoparks designation process, which is a common vision for a lot of people here that I see today. In preparation for this, what we wanted to do was that we conceptualized the idea of developing both a general and a specialist geology guiding course for guides across the country. So our main objective is to create alternative career paths for young geology professionals and enthusiasts because as Moki mentioned earlier, a lot of the career paths for graduates are limited to mining and exploration. And as someone that studied and majored in geology, I wasn't interested in that at all. I was more interested in geoheritage and geoconservation, but found that, it wasn't necessarily highly paid yeah. So through FOGASA's continued professional development program, we aim to equip guides with knowledge and the skill set to interpret and explain the geology in the reserves that they work, but also to foster an appreciation for the greater geomorphological process that have shaped South Africa's landscapes. The continued professional development of the geology pathway will fall within FOGASA's existing professional body framework. And their main goals and their main priorities are awarding professional designations, providing support and resources for continued professional development, provide career and mentorship, support and opportunities, and supporting the development of national career advice system, but also to promote fair access to the provision for people from all backgrounds, and encourage the provision of alternative access routes into professional designations through prior learning programs. Currently, as Marsha had mentioned earlier, we have a working example from our pilot study in the Kariga Game Reserve, which is in the Eastern Cape. And we developed a comprehensive field guide that is currently in use, which covered over about 40 selected geosites on the reserve for training. And our hopes are that we can extend this to all major parks and reserves in South Africa, with each park having a selection of geosites and trails and training material for the guides. But in order to realize this, it will require quite a fair amount of feedback and involvement from academics as well as professionals, just to ensure that documentation and description of the sites as well as the manuals themselves are of standard. If there's any academics and anyone that wants to get involved in the process at all, please do contact me. But in a nutshell, that is what we've been working on, and that's what we've been doing. So, that's it from me.
Thanks very much, everyone, for contribution. Is there anything else? John, I see you've got your hand up.
Okay, yeah. Just a question really to both Alexander and John, not John Roth, but the previous comment on the Bobanonga. And don't get me wrong, I said previously there's no free lunch, but how are those, is Bobanonga affordable to sort of ordinary people? And the same with the great work you're doing, at places like Kariga. I mean, they're all private ranches, private properties. How would you support or fund, interested young people who want to go and do those courses?
Well, so we wouldn't fund the students. So with FOGASA, you become a member, and then you do various courses of different qualification levels. So you have your basic qualification, your more advanced, then you get your professional qualifications and so on through FOGASA. So we would design the courses, and that would be in collaboration. I'm in collaboration with a prof from Rhodes University. I'm collaborating with John Roth and Matt Mullins. So we will design the courses, and FOGASA will deliver the courses. And that would be, students that are members of FOGASA pay for those courses, and they get that training. But if they want, so FOGASA has specialist courses available. So they would have specialist birding courses, they'll have astronomy courses, and so on, so guides can further.
I know all that.
Yeah.
Okay, now I understand that you guys do wonderful courses, but we've had it asked of ourselves too often. Are you going to do courses? What you're going to charge? I mean, as a bench or as an idea, what would a course cost? And we're not trying to be funny or anything, but it's important. We need to, as this whole event has shown, we need to get
Yes,
People
I think
educated.
I don't
We need
want
to
to
find a
speak.
way to, if need be, fund those things.
Yeah, I don't want to speak to the exact amounts because I'm not sure. I know that you can do it online, which is substantially cheaper, and then you can do it at some of our training facilities, which I think can be up to around 40,000 Rand, which is inclusive of your accommodation, your food, going out into the field, all your courses, your exams, and all of that. So,
okay, no,
but I want to say that's probably around there, but I don't want to speak to something in terms of its exact amounts.
Okay, no, that's great. But what we should be doing, Kadani, again, is in the write-up, get some of this sort of information and put it in, including costs, so that everyone's aware, of where this grand plan is going, and we really need more guides. This is how we create them.
I can definitely look into that, John. Thank you. And I will also just send something to Kadani and he can share it along as well in terms of the exact costings and so on.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good input.
Thanks for that, Len.
Alan, yes, that's fine. Alan, and then Werner, you will be up next.
Thank you, guys. Thanks for a wonderful presentation and to see the groupings that we've got here. It's been really, really interesting. Thanks so much. I think it's been a fantastic presentation, fantastic initiative. Well done, Kadani, and well done, GSSA. Our Geoheritage Destination Africa was started very much to try and drive the geoparks, which at the time of much of this initiative was probably not the favorite subject because people believed it to be a lot of administration and a lot of work, and there wasn't funding for it. That has changed. A lot of people are now interested. The ball is moving forward, and it's nice to see these kind of open discussions. What is clear from these discussions is that the geoheritage in this country and the people interested in geoheritage, there is just so much of it, and there are so many people interested. So from our point of view, we're really trying to find a way of actually taking it to the next step now. UNESCO is involved, DFFE is involved, National Tourism is involved, GSSA is involved, and many others. So it's fantastic to see. How do we actually make this progress? So to do real progress, one has to have a look at the sustainability of anything you want to do. So we have sort of looked at the possibilities of actually developing geoparks on a national and a provincial level in terms of finding what is required to actually do that, and then to actually work with the people who are trying to do it. And there have been quite a number of examples today of where this could happen. So that is one of our objectives. And the second objective is actually to find the sustainability models that can, A, make those geoparks work, and secondly, that can make tourism work. And thirdly, that is linked to tourism is you've got to have geoguides. We've already had 2 people who discussed the geoguides today, hugely important. And I believe that could be better coordinated, which is one of the things we always try and do in conjunction with all the people interested in geoheritage. So really our longer term objective is actually trying to find a master plan and to keep in touch with and communicate with everybody involved as to how to build sustainable geoparks, how to build sustainable geoheritage, conservation and tourism. And with that goes the training. So in brief, that's really what we're trying to do. And the GDA itself wishes to be a platform which unifies all of this and makes it more available to the public and to possibly students and people who wish to be trained in geoguiding. I think that's about all I really need to say. We are in the process of working on these things. There are methods and ideas that we have. So in due course, we would love to also present these projects to you as a geoheritage group. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for this effort.
Great, thanks, Alan. Are there any comments following on from Alan's? If not, we can move on to Werner. And if I've missed something, please raise your hand.
What I want to bring to everyone's attention, this is I think one of the first geoheritage trails in South Africa, if not the first one. I think you recognize that it is the Barberton Trail. And as you can see, it needs a little bit of tender loving care. I took this picture 3 years ago. And anyway, just because obviously I'm now speaking to the right audience somewhere over there, somebody can go and see about getting this thing back to its original glory. That's all from me. Thank you, everyone, for an interesting day.
Good, thanks for that. That's a very important point in terms of sustainability, and Alan also talked to that. But it's something that that we do need to talk about. And Kodani, please jump in. I'm sort of coming in from the sidelines, but it's all very well to put up great displays and everything, but we need to have a maintenance plan for these things going forward. Otherwise, things are just going to deteriorate. We've had very similar situations in Cape Town, the Sea Point precinct, Sea Point contact precinct, and it takes a lot of effort and money to keep these things up to scratch. Any other comments?
Just to add, Len, on what you just said, I think is in one of the slides I did mention that the issues of monitoring and maintenance it's very crucial, especially looking at geoconservation. So, and the platform like this is to is to enable us to also share how we can perhaps deal with situations like those, and we'll employ everyone who has any ideas to feel free to share on how some of these activities can then be taken further. I mean, the Barberton is a World Heritage Site, and it's not nice to say it like that. And I think with the institutions as well that are involved, I believe there could be some budget. I don't know how that works, but I believe it could be something done about that. Not only that, I'm sure, and I'm aware there are other areas where the geoheritage is it's not in a good space. But I'm just saying, colleagues who are here and also are not here, but feel free to make those suggestions in this type of platform so that we could perhaps recommend to those who are in charge, and then on how they could address them. But also, if you do have resources to assist, I mean, it doesn't need a call-up from anybody. You could raise your hand and say, I could help here and there. Thanks, Len. That's just my 2 cents. Thanks.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Kodane. Marcia.
Yes, that particular project was to be maintained by this trust fund, the Tubik Trust Fund. But I haven't been following for a while, but there's been a court case. And that may have stopped this thing. I don't know. Road building crews just came and dug up some very important exposures that were referenced. And then a hotel was supposed to be built on conservation, on private property there that was conserved because that's a World Heritage Site. And things like that. So they were between the Mpumalanga, maybe Bongani knows more about this than I do, but Junior Mpumalanga's tourism and the province, and I don't know, I think the town's got the trust fund. There were some legal issues, and I hope it's not this that stopped it, but it's very possible that it has, because when those kind of things start, then people back off. But all of those displays and things should be able to be reproduced, and there should be money for it. That's my 2 cents. Okay, but I think the way forward has to be clear.
Right, thanks, Marsha. Just a thought, and I see Craig Smith. Hopefully you are still here. This is something that you were talking about previously in a previous meeting that we had in the Western Cape. There is funding available. It's in the form of the Oppenheimer Fund. It's currently managed by South African Heritage Resource Agency. Craig, I want to talk to that. The reason I'm raising it is that there is money available. It just needs a proposal to free up the cash.
there is money available, presumably in SARA, in their trust fund. It's the Oppenheimer Fund. I haven't looked at it in some years. As far as I'm aware, no one has tapped that fund. It is specifically for signage, but there are other places. The GSSA is the REI fund, which some of you have tapped, and also the 35th IGC Legacy Fund is available, particularly for geoheritage funding. Now, this doesn't get you to the big projects, but it does help in the short term, I think. But long term, sustainability is going to take bigger money than this.
Great, thanks.
I do have one further comment, just a little addition to some of the things I said. Is that okay? Thank you. The sustainability issue is not going to be resolved by government. It's not going to be resolved by some of the wonderful funds that are already available. They, as just mentioned, they're insufficient, like Craig mentioned, that they're insufficient to actually get to where we want to get to. So I think as a group, as an organization, or as many organizations, we need to understand that your funding is not going to come from the sources that many people have relied on for years and years, which is why the needle doesn't move much. So if we can't find ways of going outside of that, to find ways to make this pay for itself, we're going to continue to struggle until another 10 years, and we'll be saying the same things again, and the same stories will come up. We'll still have fantastic geologists, we'll still have fantastic geoheritage. What we won't have is a viable, sustainable system to run. In having said that, we've had, the GDA has had discussions right from 2019 with Craig in particular, and many other people. We have to move away from relying on somebody or something else letting us do this job. We have to find ways of doing it, and that'll only be done through the private sector. And the private sector, along with academics and geologists and geoheritagists throughout the country, if we can't come up with a way to do this, we're going to continue to struggle the way we have for many, many years now, and we won't realize our potential. Thank you.
John, please go ahead.
Yeah, and thanks. I mean, it's an important point here. Private sector is essential, but there will also be cases, of public-private partnerships, and probably talking to what you're already saying. But if you go and set up a process in the Kruger Park, in other words, part of Sandfox, they already have pretty good access to to funds, and they're not going to chip in big bucks, but just facilitating the project. And there are a lot of places, and John Roff has highlighted this in Kruger, where you can build a wonderful geoheritage trail, and quite frankly, there's already signage, and you don't. In a lot of the places, you actually don't want to put signage. So I think you're talking to the converted, but I think there's also ways and means or places where you don't really need to put signage, and frankly, I would prefer not to see signage. And today's, that's why John mentioned an app on a cell phone. You give people the coordinates, and off you go to the race.
Great, thanks, John. Okay, around the table, is there anything else that anyone wants to raise? But before I hand over to Kodani to do the closure. Okay, looks like Kodani, over to you.
Thanks, Len. Thanks for the wonderful discussions to everybody. And this in this session was very important to have ideas, innovative ideas on how some of these issues can be resolved. But I will request Tanya to then take over with the closing of the webinar. Thank you, Tanya.
Thank you, everybody. At the end of what has been a really interesting day, I would very much like to thank everybody, particularly the presenters, and also the delegates, people who have given up their day to listen. There have been some amazing projects and initiatives that have been undertaken by various groups, various organizations. And
one of the things that the GSSA wants to do is to provide a forum where different groups can collaborate, where they can coordinate their activities, because there's so much happening all over the country. It doesn't need a particular organization to manage it, just needs to allow for collaboration and cooperation. And one of the things that I would like to suggest as an outcome of today's presentations is that we compile a document that pretty much identifies all of the geoheritage related organizations that we have as a resource. Those who presented here today, those who just had 5 minutes to chat, and those who weren't able to make it at all. So I would like to ask everybody here, particularly the presenters, and we will contact all the presenters and everybody else on Kidani's list of people interested in geoheritage, and ask you to provide one page of who your organization is, what they do, and contact details. Because we've seen on the chat that there are lots of people who are looking to contact other people. So let's put this together in a formal document, which we can then make available to everybody here and put on the website. So if you want to do something geoheritage related, you can look at it and see who else is doing something in your area, or who else is doing something similar in a different area. And you can very easily progress your collaboration with the different organizations. So please be aware, we will be coming to you, and we really would like you to contribute to this particular document. The other thing I'd like to highlight is that next year at the GeoCongress 2027, it's a good opportunity where we will either have a session or a workshop. I have no idea what that looks like at this stage, but please, everybody, keep it in the back of your mind that would also be a very good forum for us to progress the work that has been done here today. I would also like to ask people to consider whether they would like to participate in the Geoheritage Committee that Kidani is putting together. If you do, please contact him directly and volunteer for that. Beyond that, I'd like to once again thank Kidani specifically for having organized the webinar today. It has been really great. And we look forward to seeing all of you again in various forums and learning more about how we can progress geoheritage across the country. Thank you all for your time and for your presentation.
Thanks, everyone. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you for joining, for coming. We'll keep in touch.